There are large trees that can be transported like this. They're like a few $1,000. Jesus, bro, look at that. Jesus, they're gone. Wow. Wow. Man, look at that. Jesus, they made it normal. Jesus, they're gone. Wow. Wow. Man, look at that. Jesus, they made it normal. Look at that shithole. Damn. Look at this shithole, and now it looks great. This is insane, man. No way this is real. Why do you think that? This is completely and totally possible.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence. We've already tried that. And we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
See, in my perfect world, people like this would be brought up on charges of sedition and dereliction of duty, and I would put them in jail myself. Yeah, you've got security around you. You never have to worry about this. You've got to make sure people have like a degree of accountability. Obviously, this is the president of El Salvador. You can literally incarcerate your way out of violence. That's precisely why incarceration exists. So here we go, murder rate versus incarceration rate. So if you could see the graph here, you would see that as the incarceration rate is rising, the murder rate is actually falling. Oh, wow, it went way down. That's crazy, and now it's below the United States. Who would have thought that putting people that kill people in jail reduces the amount of killing that happens? Now it's basically down to zero.
When we arrested the gang members that were killing so much people that we were the murder capital of the world, literally the most dangerous place in the whole world, more dangerous than Haiti. What do you have to do? You have to stop that. It's a no-brainer. You don't even need to have a big thought process. We got huge condemnations. Say an organization, we got a condemnation from them. And a lot of them were human rights organizations. And you would ask, but what about the human right of a woman not to be raped? I mean, what about the human right of kids to play or to be free or to go to the park? And what about the human right to live or the human right to walk in the street?
Wow.
But no, they were worried about the human rights of the killers.
Who would have thought that if you put all the people that cause problems in jail, you don't have as many problems anymore? You can literally just flip the switch. You can't press that switch. It isn't that easy. You can't just do this. You just put them in jail. And it's black magic, I know. Now, I will watch the Crimson Desert video, okay? A lot of people asked me to look at this. This was, I guess it was about IGN making a review for Crimson Desert saying it was terrible. Let's watch it. This video apparently is really, really popular. I haven't seen it. We're going to look at it right now. You gave up? I did. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Okay, let's go.
Not even a week after publishing what is probably the most consequential bad review in recent gaming history, a review that crashed Pearl Abyss's stock 40%, that was substantially written about things patched away.
I don't think that the bad review is why their stock went down. I don't think that's the reason why.
72 hours, the 3 million people ignored with their own money.
Yes.
IGN just published another Crimson Desert piece. And this time, they called the developers naive designers. I want you to sit with that for a second before we go any further.
What?
Naive designers.
Is that true?
The studio that spent 8 years building one of the most technically complex, visually extraordinary, seamlessly handcrafted open worlds this medium has ever produced.
It's huge. It is.
Naive designers. Written with complete confidence by someone who has never written a line of code, never designed a single game system, never taken one creative risk in the medium they've spent their career evaluating.
Damn.
Someone whose entire professional existence, whose platform, whose audience, whose institutional power exists precisely because Pearl Abyss did the hard work, and 3 million people wanted to experience it.
Yeah, of course.
Without the studios building and us consuming, there is no IGN. There is no platform. There is no Metacritic score. There is no institutional authority. The whole apparatus is entirely downstream of the thing it's condescending about. And they called
He is completely right about this, by the way. He is totally 100% right about this. Is that the people that make content and constantly patronize these developers rely completely on them. It's absolutely true.
those developers naive. So I want to ask
very
a question
obnoxious.
nobody at IGN seems to have asked before publishing this. What exactly is this confidence built on?
Uh-oh.
Because 20 years ago, sure. 20 years ago, IGN served a real and legitimate function. You couldn't watch 40 hours of gameplay on YouTube before
Yeah.
buying. You couldn't pull up a Twitch stream of someone 200 hours deep in a game.
Exactly.
You couldn't read 10,000 Steam reviews from actual players who bought it with their own money.
See, this is the big difference, right? Is like back in the day, you needed game reviews because you didn't have any other way to access the medium. But now with YouTube and Twitch, you already have a way, like basically written video game reviews are like kind of, you know, like video killed the radio star. I think that's basically what happened with this too, where basically the medium of writing a review of a video game is just simply inferior to a YouTube video. It's just worse.
The information
way it
gap
is.
was real. The institutional access was real.
It was.
Review copies, preview events, publishing infrastructure, the ability to reach millions before anyone else could.
Yeah, that was another thing, is they had a lot of systematic advantages. Like they had access to earlier builds, they had access to developer interviews, everything like that. True.
The
Big true.
authority had a genuine foundation, and it earned its place in this ecosystem.
Yes.
But what is that foundation in 2026?
It doesn't
YouTube
exist.
exists. Twitch exists. Steam exists. The entire information monopoly that justified 20 years of institutional authority has been completely democratized.
Exactly.
The gap that made
And I think I like that word too, by the way, about it being democratized. Because the fact is that, like, nowadays, there's no real reason for you to give a shit about what some reviewer thinks, because there's some YouTuber that's much more popular than they are. And also, here's the truth. Video game reviewers might not like this, but I'm just going to say it. Every YouTube reviewer could be a written, like, article reviewer. Every single one of them. It's easy to do that. You can literally have AI generate the articles for you. That's how easy it is. Every single writer for these different, like, publications could not be a YouTube reviewer. And how do I know that for a fucking fact? Because if they could, they would. Because you can make 20 times the amount of money.
and necessary
They
is
can't.
long gone. And here's what gets me on a personal level. Gamer to gamer. Every game referenced in this article. Cyberpunk, Elden Ring,
Yeah.
Valheim, Red Dead Redemption. I've played all of them. Thousands of hours across most of them. So have most of you. So have the 3 million people who bought Crimson Desert.
Exactly. Like, they don't know what they
We
like.
experienced everything he experienced. We know everything he knows. We've lived in every world he's drawing on to make his comparisons.
Probably better than he has, too.
There is no enlightenment the badge confers.
Yes.
No insight invisible to us that becomes visible to him by virtue of working at IGN. No asymmetrical information. No technical expertise. No game development experience. Gamer to gamer. He thinks he's more qualified to evaluate this game than the people who bought it, played it, and loved it.
More than that he's more qualified than anybody else. I think that one thing that these review websites should stop doing is they should stop the DEI representation of critic reviews. why is somebody who's a critic review, why is that held separately as a separate score? All of the different views should be aggregated entirely. And if you want, like, Metacritic and these other websites should not have critic reviews in their own category.
And the 3 million copies, the very positive Steam rating, and the rebounding stock price are 3 independent data sources all saying the same thing.
In some cases, not directly, but indirectly.
That's what this video is about. Not just the bad review, we've covered that. Not just the face-saving follow-up piece they just published, though we're going through it in detail. It's about the specific quality of arrogance that makes both of those things possible.
That's one of the big things, is like, it's the arrogance and the assumed sense of authority that these people have. And I think that's one thing that people hate the media entirely for. It's not even just specifically about video game media. I think it's about all media, where, like, you have people that are in these positions as news reporters or as, you know, an actor or, like, you know, a comedian, that think that they have the position that they can dictate to you what is right and what's not. Right? Some people study journalism and may have more credentials to be a reviewer, but that's more for movies than games. But, like, what are those credentials? What really are those? Like, so you understand Shakespeare, so you're going to understand if a movie is better? Like, how does that, there's no, like, this is a completely subjective evaluation. And I think this is one thing that people that have nothing better to do but to create credentials for themselves do, is that they sit around in a group and then they collectively decide why their opinions are more important than other people's. There's no actual objective value that's assigned to this. It's all perceived value that's created by the people that want you to perceive their value. I think it's a little bit self-serving, isn't it?
The kind that only survives when it goes unchallenged long enough to stop feeling like arrogance and start feeling like authority.
Exactly.
Let's go through it.
I think this started with Gamergate. I think that was a big component to it, where, like, they thought that they could talk down to their audience. And I feel like ever since then, it's just gotten worse. It's my opinion.
The very first sentence of this article is, "Love it or hate it, there's no denying that Crimson Desert has suffered something of a rocky launch."
True? Yeah.
Rocky launch. 2 million copies sold on day 1. I played on launch day and had a blast.
Yes.
The only thing rocky about this launch was legacy gaming media manufacturing informational chaos and calling it criticism.
I disagree with this. I think that a lot of the systems and the controls were bad. And I think the fact that they didn't have storage was bad. I think that there were a lot of things that they should have had like an idea about, and they didn't. I disagree with that. I think absolutely it was problematic at launch. That's why they fixed it, and they came out with an apology. Like, they did that because it was broken.
And I want you to notice what was in the original review and what wasn't.
Yes.
Controls, inventory management, boss difficulty. Every complaint was...
The bosses were easy. The bosses are easy. Who the fuck's having trouble with bosses? What the fuck? Why?
About surface level friction.
Oh my
The kind
God.
of stuff any competent studio patches away in the first week.
Yeah.
Pearl Abyss did it in 72 hours.
They did. It was
What
great.
was never in the review? The artistic vision. The sheer technical achievement of a seamless open world at that scale and beauty. The genuinely original design philosophy. None of the things that will still matter about this game in 10 years registered. Just the surface. Just the stuff that was gone before the review was even cold. And now look at what this follow-up piece is actually doing.
It's all like the IGN review, in a way, seemed like they were almost trying to punish Pearl Abyss for not giving them a more stable review build. Like, if you actually looked at the review itself, like, a lot of them talking about it were just complaining about issues and friction points they had with the review build.
The thing that dominated the original review, the controls, the inventory, the boss difficulty, has been patched away. So the rocky launch framing has quietly shifted to the one thing patches can't touch. The story. That's what's left. That's the last redoubt. We've covered extensively in previous essays why that argument falls apart the moment you actually engage with what this game is trying to do. And we'll get into it again.
Okay, sure.
But I want you to see the sleight of hand clearly first. One patch cycle invalidated the overwhelming majority of their professional criticism.
True, actually, and I think more people should talk about that. Like, for me, for example, like, at the beginning, I thought the game was pretty shitty because of the controls and the way that you moved around, and then they made a patch that made the game less shitty. I know, sounds crazy, but they just made it better. And guess what? It worked! It worked really well!
And rather than acknowledge
Yes!
that, they reframed it. Rocky launch. Still
course.
standing, still confident. As if the ground beneath them hasn't completely shifted. Then we get to the paragraph that made me stop reading and just stare at my screen for a moment. It's unclear if the development team has had to break their backs to do this.
The reason why groups like IGN participate in the character destruction and the media destruction for something like Crimson Desert is because Crimson Desert doesn't represent what they want video games to push a message about. It doesn't have, you know, like fucking Western critical themes against authoritarianism. It doesn't have, you know, different types of representation, whether it's of women, whether it's of, you know, gay people or black people or something like that. And I think that's the reason why they rate these games down. And I think that fundamentally, what does it come down to? What really is that? It's racism. It is. It's cultural racism, where these people want to create a reward structure around following their cultural norms and basically adhering to them. So every single China game, every you know, Korea game, and to a lesser extent every Japanese game is graded on this harsh curve of adhering to Western cultural values. And they're not even really Western cultural values. They are extreme Western values from a small subset of people that want to force that culture into everything else.
Think about what you
Think
have to
about
believe.
the amount of games that are coming out of China and Korea especially that get shit on constantly by these developers, or sorry, by these reviewers. I think that they do it almost every single time.
Believe about yourself to write that sentence. Pearl Abyss, a studio whose stock crashed partly because of a review substantially written about things they then fixed in 3 days,
Yes.
came back, listened, worked, and turned the entire conversation around in under a week.
Exactly.
And the
Remember
response
what they
is
did
to
to
wonder,
Wukong? Yes.
in
They
print,
did the same thing to Black Myth Wukong. They did the same thing to Wu Chang. They did the same thing to Stellar Blade. They did that to a lesser extent to Lost Ark as well. They've done this to like every game. Like every popular Eastern game that comes out, they always want to frame it around the fact that these Eastern games aren't looking at their social issues in the right way. Where Winds Meet, that's another good example. You're right. Yeah, they do it constantly. It's a very common
whether they
thing.
had to work hard to do it. That's not neutral. That's a power move dressed up as a throwaway clause.
They're trying to, they're trying
It's the kind
to
of sentence that
make it
lets
look
you
bad.
condescend to someone while
Exactly.
maintaining complete plausible deniability about having done it.
Well, you're poisoning the well, right? You're implying that them making, like, basically, okay, so they're wrong for not having it, and they're also wrong for fixing it fast because that could make people have to work too hard, which is like total fan fiction. They're inventing this themselves.
Then, assuming that's true, it would also mean that Pearl Abyss didn't see the glaring issues in Crimson Desert's design.
Yeah.
Be that a result of poor internal testing, naive designers, or simply not seeing the wood for the trees. Naive designers. What technical background, what engineering
Not
expertise?
seeing the wood from the trees is the same type of, like, that to me, that is theater kid vocabulary and like diction. Like that is what a theater kid talks like, where they think that they're speaking like you're writing like an essay for like AP English or something.
What game development experience sits behind the confidence required to call the people who built this naive?
Yeah.
The answer, as far as anyone can establish, is a media degree.
Yes.
That's it. That's the foundation.
That's what matters.
Something happens in the middle of this article that I think is the most revealing moment in the whole piece. After walking through the patches and grudgingly acknowledging that they worked, fast travel improved, storage box transformed the crafting
I thought fast travel was
boss
fine.
difficulty adjusted, they write this sentence. If you already like Crimson Desert's approach, I think there's a genuine possibility that it could be a contender for your Game of the Year by the summer.
Sure. Yeah. What's wrong with
Your
that?
Game of the Year. Not the Game of the Year. Yours. As in, for people like you. People with your particular taste. People who enjoy this kind of thing.
True.
Read that again and feel exactly how
Yeah.
much condescension is packed into one word.
Uh-huh.
They didn't correct the 6. They didn't reconsider. They just graciously extended permission for a certain type of player to enjoy a certain type of game. The hierarchy is completely intact.
Well, they'll never go back on what they think. And the reason why is because the real reason why they downvote and they like negative review these games is because of that value system. That's the main reason why they're doing it. It has nothing else besides that. Also saying by the summer is implying it's not good enough, but it might make it good in a few weeks. Yes, exactly, right?
The authority never moved. They're still above it. They're just acknowledging that some people with some tastes might find value here.
Still patronizing. Exactly.
First, they condescended the developers, naive designers. Now they're condescending the players, the very people their entire existence depends on. Written with complete confidence and zero self-awareness that without us, none of this exists. They complained, in the review and again here, that having to prepare for bosses was a design failure. Cooking food.
What? What?
Managing resources, grinding to get
Valheim
ready for
bad?
a difficult fight. Too much of a burden. Punishing.
Combine that with the fact that you now don't need to cook up 1,000 bowls of soup to get through Kiresh the Slayer. I mean, yeah, it was kind of hard, but like, man, it wasn't that bad. What the hell are you talking about? It's not hard at all.
And honestly, I had to laugh. Because the preparation in this game isn't a separate grind you stop and do.
Yeah.
It's just what happens when you're actually playing.
Exactly, yeah. You're going to get these items while you're playing anyway. It's going to happen on its own.
You're exploring, picking up ores naturally, buying mats from NPCs on the road, upgrading gear organically. By the time you reach a boss, you have more than enough if you've been engaging with the world at all. The reviewer made it sound like he had to stop everything and dedicate hours to farming. That's not the game.
It's bullshit. That's total
someone who
bullshit.
didn't understand how the systems work together, describing his own confusion as a design failure. And this person called himself a hardcore Souls player.
The only reason before concluding with super long 3-phase boss fights that include some segments where you're just mercilessly swarmed by the bad guy while you have to dash around destroying totems. Oh, he's talking about the Reed boss. The only reasonable way to get through it is to have a ton of healing items on hand and to eat by the fistful while you whittle down the enemy's health bar. I love Souls-like and I consider myself a tryhard. Holy fuck, man. Like, yeah, some of the boss fights have problems, but like, Jesus.
But here's what makes this particularly pointed.
Yeah.
Pearl Abyss listened anyway. They nerfed the bosses. They fixed the inventory.
Well, because the boss was too hard. I mean, like, he was too hard for, like, the point in the game. Like, he was way harder than everything else, and they know what the completion rates for the game are on the back end. And when they see that the completion rates drop off whenever you get to a certain boss, that's not good for your game. So obviously they're going to fix it. Obviously they're going to improve it. Duh, I think that's a good idea.
They added the storage. They responded with extraordinary speed and genuine care. And IGN...
And also, since this, they've also responded to the criticisms of the story, too. They did that today. They actually are listening to the players a lot. It's quite surprising.
Still standing by the six. Because institutional arrogance doesn't update when reality pushes back.
Nope.
It just keeps going. Still certain. Still confident. Still writing think pieces about whether the patches were enough, rather than asking whether the review was.
Man. Man!
And then we get to the part that I think most completely exposes the limits of how these outlets actually think about games. Their argument is that Crimson Desert's story is a fundamental creative failure. Not technical, not a launch window issue, but baked into the bones. And to explain why, they invoke Cyberpunk 2077. I've played thousands of hours of Cyberpunk.
That's too much.
Cyberpunk is a cinematic experience first, and an open world second. That's the design philosophy, held completely and executed brilliantly. Every decision serves that vision. When you're in a Cyberpunk cutscene, you're not being taken out of the game. You're in the deepest part of it.
Yeah.
That conviction produced one of the greatest games ever made.
Sure.
Crimson Desert has a completely different conviction. And here's the thing IGN cannot grasp. That difference is not a deficiency. It's a design philosophy. A deliberate, ambitious attempt to do something Western open-world design stopped trying to do years ago.
I didn't know you could open that door. I had no idea you could do that. That shit's crazy.
Let me tell you what I was doing while this article was being written.
Playing the game?
I found out there was an armor set somewhere in the world.
I gotta get
the
that
Shadows plate armor.
Looks badass.
Full Lich King aesthetic. Hood up, black robes, massive executioner axe. Nobody sent me to get it. No quest marker, no objective, no waypoint. I just heard it existed and decided I wanted it. What followed was genuinely one of the best gaming sessions I've had in years. I rode out with just a direction. Scaled mountains that looked like the Canadian Rockies, genuinely vertical. The kind of climb where you grip the controller tighter because you're not sure you'll make it. Stumbled
Dude, if you can't climb in this game, you're garbage.
into a witch's hideout built inside an ancient tree trunk in the Wayward Woods. Found it completely by accident because I'd gone the wrong way. Accidentally rode through a black bear camp and got chased halfway up a mountain by what felt like an entire civilization of absolutely furious barbarians. Dropped into desert canyons with waterfalls hidden inside them. Found border cities that weren't on any map I'd looked at. Still on Chapter 4. Main story untouched for hours.
I think that's another really good indicator of whether a open world game is good or not, is if somebody can play the game all day and not progress the main story. Because I feel like if you can do that, it means that the extra like mechanics and the world building is good enough for you to figure out there's something that's more engaging than just simply sitting there and doing the MSQ, right? Like I felt that way with Oblivion a lot. Like, okay, yeah, I would do the main story quest, but you know, that's not the main thing I'm going to focus on, right? I'm going to go and do the Dark Brotherhood quest line or something like that. And I think same thing with Where Winds Meet. I think it's another very good open world game, and games that make you feel like you have to do the main story, I think very commonly are the bad ones.
Nothing locked me out.
It's about getting distracted.
The world
yeah, exactly.
just existed. Vast.
Yeah, like basically, like, yeah, if you don't feel yourself getting distracted by spontaneous things that you come across when you're playing an open world game, it's probably because that open world game is bad. Because that's the reason why open world games are special, It's because you can go and play the game and have this experience that's totally different, and it's spontaneous and unique. Witcher 3, I actually think this is going to be maybe an unpopular opinion. I think this game has a better open world than Witcher 3. And by the way, I don't even think it's close.
Alive and completely indifferent to
think.
whether I was following the plot. That's mediocrity?
Yeah.
That's what I'm supposed to endure to get to the good stuff. And then they compare this to Starfield.
Starfield. Oh my God.
Starfield is procedurally generated emptiness connected by loading screens.
Oh!
Crimson Desert is a handcrafted world you traverse seamlessly on horseback for hours, watching biomes change around you in real time. Putting them in the same sentence isn't analysis. It's proof the framework has broken down so completely, it's producing conclusions that make no sense to anyone who has actually spent real time in both worlds.
There's another thing too where whenever you're playing a game like Crimson Desert, stop trying to make it Witcher 3. When you're playing a game like Witcher 3, stop trying to make it Skyrim. When you're playing a game like Breath of the Wild, stop trying to make it Elden Ring. At the end of the day, each video game is going to be different. They're going to be totally different.
There is this line, the one that I keep coming back to. To unlock Crimson Desert's more accomplished facets, you have to dedicate hours to mediocrity.
Oh my God.
Think about what made World of Warcraft legendary. Not the endgame, not the raids. Riding through Elwyn Forest for the first time with no idea where you were going, in a world that felt like it had been
You've got
there
to grind constantly in those games. Yeah, you do. That's just the way it is.
long before you arrived, and would continue long after you logged off.
Yeah.
Think about what made Skyrim legendary. Not the main quest, but the feeling that over that mountain there might be something worth finding.
Yeah.
And the world making good on that promise often enough that you kept going. Neither of those games opened with their most accomplished moments. They opened with a world and trusted you to find it. That trust was the entire...
It's also like you don't even... Because I think that one of the coolest things about a game like Crimson Desert or Elden Ring coming out is the first like month of the game releasing where people are discovering new things constantly. And there's a new YouTube video where somebody found a sword and it's like you can get a sword out of like a giant's mouth at like the top of a mountain. That's like in this game, right? And like, or like there's some special way to unlock a puzzle that allows you to do this really cool boss. Like that group discovery and community discovery with a game is the reason why so many people want to play new MMOs. It's because whenever everybody is experiencing it all simultaneously, people can share, trade, and enjoy the basically communication of information of the game. And I think that that makes a meta level community much more interesting. And I think the same thing happened with Elden Ring. It happened, it's happening now with Crimson Desert. Helldivers 2 is a good example. And so that's one of the magical things about a really, really good video game like this is because its scope is so vast that you have everybody that's playing the game that's kind of making their own inroad and understanding a different part of it, and they can share that with each other. And I think that makes the experience of it where like it's truly more of like a community adventure. And I think that that happens like, you know, like the old Warcraft puzzles that they used to have where it was like figuring out how to find Cosimoth, or that one nightmare steed that you were able to get in what was it, the Karazhan Crypts. And all of these little things, like I think it's called Lucid Nightmare, all of those things I think were amazing. They were great. And the reason why is because the community was taking part in it together. Like, for example, I remember the days whenever people figured out, oh my God, this is how you summon this boss. This is how you do this thing. And then everybody was going and trying it out. And I think that's what was so cool about it. And the fact that also like those things are just put in the game, there's like maybe like a, you know, flavor text or something like that that indicates this is, you know, like something that could happen. But there's not really like a long-term like thing that's like telling you, you have to go do this, you have to go do that.
A point.
It's like it's just out
Crimson
there.
Desert is doing something much closer to what the great MMOs understood. That in a world this big and this alive, Heavy narrative doesn't deepen immersion, it works against it.
Yeah.
Every cutscene that locks you into a specific emotional experience reminds you you're watching someone else's story rather than living in your own. The short, well-animated story beats give you just enough context to feel the weight of the world of Pywell, without taking that weight out of your hands. By Chapter 4, Cliff's journey had already given me enough to feel genuinely invested. Not because the writing is flawless, but because the world around it is real enough that even an imperfect story lands differently than it would in a smaller space.
I think this is actually very true. It's kind of like how the original WoW devs said the world was the main character in World of Warcraft Classic. And I do think like even the existence of a main story quest is kind of almost antithetical to what a open world game is. Now, I think that you can still have it like work well, kind of like with Elden Ring, for example. But overall, like I would say that this is absolutely true. Totally disagree with the story part. I think the story being like the story was like kind of, I think it was kind of mediocre and it was confusing, right? Like having a main story quest, it should like, I mean, Oblivion had a main story quest and that's an open world game and it was fine. So I don't think that having a main story quest is bad. It's not good either. But what I think Crimson Desert doesn't really do very well is that they don't have very good continuity. I think that if there was a continuity with the storyline, that people would like it more, but it feels like it's very disjointed.
It's not mediocrity.
That's my opinion.
That's a design philosophy that requires a different vocabulary to evaluate than the one IGN is working with. And calling it mediocrity with that confidence from that position is the arrogance made completely visible. The vocabulary doesn't exist in their framework, and rather than acknowledge that the framework might be the problem, they call the thing the framework can't evaluate mediocre.
Yeah.
So here's the question this whole article forces me to ask, and I think it's the most important one we've raised in this entire series. What is IGN's arrogance actually built on?
Systematic advantages, institutional privilege, and a grandfathered in sense of basically, entitlement that people should be listening to them. That's the reason why people take IGN seriously. And it's the like all of these different publications and these news people and these different groups, access. Yes, exactly. So much of this is basically just totally unearned. It's completely unearned.
Because arrogance with a foundation is at least coherent.
Yeah.
A surgeon with thousands of successful operations can be confident.
Yeah.
An engineer whose bridge is still standing can be confident. Even a critic with a long track record of being demonstrably right can earn institutional confidence.
Yeah, of course.
The arrogance has something underneath it. What's underneath IGN's? We've played every
I do also think that it's a huge component that Western video games are way more accountable to game developers, to game journalists and to the game journalist media. And because of that, they give those Western developers more positive feedback versus Eastern developers that are not accountable to them. I think that's a huge factor.
Game they reference. We've lived in Cyberpunk, Elden Ring, Valheim, Skyrim, World of Warcraft. We know exactly what they're drawing on, and we can evaluate those comparisons as well as they can. Probably better, because most of us have spent significantly more time in these worlds
Probably than they have.
than any reviewer on a deadline
Exactly.
ever could.
Yeah.
There is no expertise gap. There is no insider knowledge. There is no technical foundation. What
I
they
wish more people talked about this, by the way. I do. I wish there were a lot more people talking about this. The fact that the people that are writing these articles have no better understanding of it than you do.
have is institutional capital. 20 years of accumulated authority that went unchallenged long enough to start feeling like competence. The IGN badge doesn't come with expertise.
No.
It comes with a Metacritic score that moves stock prices. And for 20 years, that's been enough to crash valuations.
I still disagree with this premise. I don't think that IGN giving Crimson Desert a bad review meant that's not the reason why it didn't do well. That's not the reason. The game did have a lot of flaws at the beginning, and these flaws were legitimate, real, and actually problematic.
What gets greenlit? Call Korean developers naive, completely certain of its own authority. And gamers are not an easy crowd. We are the most cynical, hardest to please, most forensically critical audience in entertainment. We tear games apart for a bad frame rate. We spend hours in forums dissecting single quest design decisions. When we defend a studio rather than tear it apart, that means something.
I don't agree. I think people with sunk cost will defend bad games because they've already played them a lot. I think that happens constantly. It happens especially with MMOs. Like, people have already bought the game, and so they don't want to feel like they were stupid for buying the game, so they will come up with excuses for why the game was actually good. I think that's what would happen.
It means the studio passed a test that very few pass. 3 million of us independently decided, with our own money, that Crimson Desert was worth it. That's not a mob. That's a verdict from the hardest audience in entertainment. And the data makes the institutional failure undeniable. 3 million copies despite the review. Steam.
I would say Black Myth Wukong is an even better example of this. I think Crimson Desert getting low review, like Black Myth Wukong, in my opinion, is like objectively like a 9 out of 10 or higher game. Like, it's just insanely good. Like, the graphics are amazing, the combat's amazing, there's character development, the cinematics are perfect, there's good flow of the story, everything is great. So why is it that it got so many bad reviews? And also, Black Myth Wukong, not in a week, but in like 2 or 3 days, sold 10 million copies. That was when I realized that there was a real legitimate problem.
Going very positive, in direct contradiction of the critical consensus. And most tellingly, the stock recovering.
Yeah, of course it did.
Because even institutional money is now recalibrating. The market itself is figuring out what gamers already knew. That IGN's verdict on Crimson Desert told you more about IGN's framework than it did about Crimson Desert.
Exactly.
The one thing they were supposed to do, they failed at completely. And the market is learning to price that failure in.
I don't even agree with that. I think that their goal is to enforce an ideology or enforce a point of view. And that's what they really try to do more than anything, is they try to force that point of view and that ideology into everything. That's the reason why, like, certain people gave games, like, I remember Arc Raiders had this happen, where they had there was this one reviewer that gave it, like, a really low score because it had AI in it. Like, I'm sorry, but people don't care about that. They don't give a shit about that. So why are you doing this? Like, why are you giving games bad scores for things that players don't care about? Well, the reason why is you want to force your views on everybody else. Oh, yes, or in Expedition 33, I care. I don't think that you actually do, though, right? Like, you don't actually care. You're not going to make a purchase decision based off of AI. I don't think that it's true. And I think that it's proven repeatedly that it is not true. It's proven with Crimson Desert that used AI, nobody cared. Expedition 33 used AI, nobody cared. You know, people, what was the third one I was thinking of? Oh yeah, Arc Raiders used AI, nobody cared. The Finals used AI, nobody cared. AI actually isn't something that people care about. And the reason why is because there are games that are successful that have it, and everybody ignores it. I care if the AI is bad. Yeah, but that's not about AI, though, right? It has nothing to do with, like, if the actual characters were bad, or if the human design was bad, the game would be bad. So, like, is that really AI that's the problem, or is the quality the problem? You see what I'm saying?
That's the collapse of institutional trust made visible in data. And their response is this article.
That's what I think.
Not an apology.
Yeah.
Not a reconsideration. A face-saving piece written with the same unbroken confidence.
I'm gonna read after this. I'm gonna look at this.
Because the arrogance only survives in the absence of accountability.
Yep. Well, they've already faced accountability. Like, if you look at their influence now, they're like probably 10% of what they were 10 years ago. Like, they've almost completely gone extinct. They're an endangered species.
Leave you with a question I've been sitting with since I read this piece.
AI is a time-saving tool? It is.
If IGN doesn't represent us, the gamers, and they don't make games, and the information gap that once justified their existence is long gone,
why they
And the
exist.
YouTubers covering these same games have larger audiences, more hours played, more skin in the game, and are held accountable by their communities in real time. What exactly is justifying their existence in 2026?
Why do they exist? True.
What are they actually for? I don't have a clean answer yet, but we'll explore it properly in a future video. What I do know is that the fact the question is even worth asking tells you everything about where we are. That's it from me.
I think this is something that's happening to all types of media, and it's not exclusive to gaming media. I think that overall, a lot of the institutional advantages that print media and other forms of, I guess legacy media had are now basically non-existent. And because they're non-existent, why would somebody want to watch Fox News or watch CNN when they could just watch the creator that's on YouTube that is not, beholden to billionaires just give their opinion on something? I think that's what it is.
But before I go, once again, thank you to everyone who showed up for this one. The comments, the shares.
Remember
the
IGN
support.
apologized about Stellar Blade?
It means everything.
No, I don't remember that.
And it keeps this going.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
And genuine thank you to Enjoy GM, a longtime partner who has supported this channel through thick and thin. If you're playing Where Winds Meet, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, or any other gacha, Enjoy GM lets you top up at better rates than you'd normally get.
You mean whale?
No account login required. Nothing sensitive shared. You enter your UID, pick your amount, pay, and you're done. Link is in the description. Community Discord and everything else is down there too.
Yeah.
Until the next one. Peace.
That's what I say. So, I think this is actually a pretty good video. It is. I like the video. And overall, I think that asking the question, why do these different developers, or not, I don't know why I always get it wrong. I always say the wrong thing. I'll link you guys the video. Give it a like. I think that was actually a pretty good video. And asking the question, why do these reviewers, journalists, and then media people, why do they actually have a better insight into this than you do? Because this is the main thing that I think that a lot of people are starting to realize is that a lot of these different institutions have no actual real authority at all. Like they don't really mean anything. They just mean that there are people that had this ability or they had this privilege at a certain point in the future, in the past, I mean, and then they were able to take advantage of it. Yeah, it's credentials, exactly. I don't believe in credentials. Unless you are a neuroscientist and you're doing surgery or you're designing a rocket ship, I don't believe in credentials. I think there are tons of people that have an education in something that don't know a fucking thing about it. And there's a ton of people that know a lot about something and they've never been educated in it. It is very, very common. And what I think has happened is that the increasing fixation around somebody having some sort of authority, the reason why they want to have that is so they can talk down to you. That's the reason why, and dictate what your opinions are to you. IGN Crimson Desert. Let me go back. I'm going to find this, okay? So where is the new... This is... Wait. Oh, they wrote another article. Chaotic combat is the best kind of until bosses show up. Taking the reset tree, bosses review, locked on 1v1, also clunky duels. What the fuck? It took me about 10 hours before I properly started enjoying most basic fights. What? What? Bosses, have you squashed your tool set, forcing you into specific playstyles? What? What are they talking about? I followed the same pattern against the Crow Caller. Stay out of range for the red attacks. Okay. A specific and unfamiliar character whose skill tree you've ignored? Oh my god. It was one boss. It was one boss. Holy shit, it wasn't even that hard. I one-shot him. What are you talking about? This is insane. I don't even know what to say about this. Jesus Christ, this is embarrassing. And so they had another patch about this. Let me go and search for Crimson Desert, okay? Oops, just a second. Let me go and see if I can find it. So, no, that's not it. I was looking for... No, this isn't it either. Crimson Desert, let me see here, patch. I don't know really whether that's true or not. And this is IGN that's pushing this narrative as well. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. Which is the boss that you crashed out on? The Antinumbra sword. I was going to do the next version of that today. I'm probably going to do that in a bit. And I based the games off what to buy, off your take, honestly. You're my demographic. And the thing is that I think that a lot of these different publications like IGN, The Gamer, Eurogamer, etc., they are just an antiquated media type. That's really all there is to it. They're antiquated media. There's no reason for you to want to play or use it this way or, you know, have any kind of like, why would you want to read an article for a video game when you could just watch a video of the video game? Videos are just superior media. And so you have these writers that are trying to like enforce this stuff. And I don't know why. Let me go and find, oh God, yeah, this is, will Crimson Desert patch its way to a Cyberpunk 2077 style victory? But there are some things that can't be fixed. This is it. Mixed reviews? Oh my God.
What's up, everybody? Damon here, and in today's gaming news, a new patch is stock fill. A further thank you once again for your patches. For younger generations, people who
Dude, I don't know why you would even say this. It's because they're retarded? Yeah, I guess so. I just watch you play them and make up my mind. Yeah, exactly. You're very fair. I try to be very fair. I try to do my... If you already like its approach, yeah, this is just, again, story slog. I mean, Jesus, guys. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, I think that they're way too negative about this. It's very fucking annoying, man. Guy that does game ranks used to work for IGN. Well, that's the thing, is that... And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Every single video game reviewer on YouTube could write articles. Every single article writer on these websites couldn't make YouTube videos. That's the real reality. It's that one of them pays infinitely more and is way more successful, and you can make tons more off of it. So anybody that has the ability to do that is going to take advantage of it massively. And so if they're not doing that, there's probably a reason for it. And look at the comments. What do the comments say? The way this title is written makes the game seem like it's a complete failure. Yeah, and if you have reasonable expectations, the game's very fun. It's not the one part of the game I'd consider bad, except for the story. These guys really don't want the game to succeed, do they? No, they don't. They don't want... I think that what they want to do is they want to create a pseudo-monopoly where these Eastern game devs have to continually follow their cultural values, right? I think that's what's happened. What the comments article say? This is what they're saying, right? So even the comments of the article are pretty much negative about it, which is true. The game is excellent. Ignore the IGN review score. I mean, I have been playing this game pretty much nonstop. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've been playing the fuck out of this game. Usually, a lot of these games, like, I'll play them for just a little bit. I have been obsessed with this game. Like, I've already put in, as you can see, over 100 hours.
On February 4th, 2014, Officer Eleazar Kolunga of the California Highway Patrol responded to a call regarding an overturned vehicle. An ambulance and multiple fire trucks also arrived on the scene, including a fire truck driven by fire engineer and EMT Jacob Gregoire of the Chula Vista Fire Department. 2 of the fire trucks left at Officer Kolunga's request, and he asked the 2 remaining fire crews to move their trucks into the center median. When the fire crews did not move their trucks, Officer Kolunga requested that they move them again. At the same time, Officer Sergio Flores, also of the California Highway Patrol, arrived at the scene. After identifying Mr. Gregoire as the driver of the fire engine, Officer Flores engaged him in a discussion about moving the fire truck, ultimately arresting him for his failure to move the truck. Officer Flores handcuffed Mr. Gregoire and held him in the back of his patrol vehicle for approximately 30 minutes before he was released, with no criminal charges being pursued against him. On June 12, 2014, Mr. Gregoire filed a civil lawsuit against Officer Flores and the California Highway Patrol in the San Diego Diego Superior Court, claiming federal civil rights violations and several state law causes of action. The case was subsequently removed to the federal United States District Court for the Southern District of California on July 25, 2014. On November 23, 2015, Officer Flores and the California Highway Patrol filed a so-called motion for summary judgment on all of the claims against them, which, as Rule 56 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure explains, is a request that the judge decide the claim as a matter of law without a trial because there is no genuine dispute of material fact. In the motion, Officer Flores argued that he was entitled to so-called qualified immunity, which is a legal doctrine that protects a police officer from being held personally liable for their violation of an individual's constitutional rights when the law is determined to not have been, quote-unquote, clearly established at the time of the infringement. On February 16, 2016, after briefing by both parties, U.S. District Judge Gonzalo Curiel determined that Officer Flores was not entitled to qualified immunity for his actions and denied the motion for summary judgment for all causes of action except intentional infliction of emotional distress. Officer Flores responded by filing a so-called interlocutory appeal to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over California federal courts, seeking immediate review of the denial of qualified immunity. The Ninth Circuit docketed Officer Flores' interlocutory appeal, and the case was scheduled for oral argument on December 6, 2017, before Judge Ronald Gould, Judge Kim Wardlow, and Judge Rainer Collins. During the oral argument, Officer Flores was represented by Deputy Attorney General Robert Rogoyski of the California Attorney General's Office, and Mr. Gregoire was represented by Attorney Jeremy Robinson. Now, since Officer Flores was the party who initiated the appeal, Mr. Rogoyski presented his oral argument first.
Deputy Attorney General Robert Rogoyski from the California Attorney General's Office, here on behalf of defendants, appellants, California Highway Patrol, and Officer Sergio Flores. I'd like to reserve, if I may, 3 minutes of my time for rebuttal.
All right, watch the clock.
May it please the Court. This is a qualified immunity case, and the Court should find that the doctrine of qualified immunity applies to both of the federal claims in this action. I'm going to start today by talking about the arrest claim, and then I'll move on to the excessive force claim, and then if there's any time remaining, I'll address the issue of jurisdiction over the state law claims. So starting first with the question of qualified immunity for the arrest. There are three independent reasons why this court can reverse the lower court, but the most straightforward is the second prong of the qualified immunity test. Here we have two competing interests. On the part of the fire department and Plaintiff Gregoire, there was an interest in management of the scene in terms of taking care of the patients who are present on the scene. That's their perspective. From CHP's perspective, there's a very important competing interest in protecting passing motorists who are going by a freeway that's partially blocked by fire engines and by a squad car and by an ambulance from subsequent accidents, being injured or being killed on a busy freeway at night. So we have these two competing interests. And against that, we have a set of state statutes that don't explain what consultation means, and they don't explain which of these competing interests predominates.
Well, doesn't that case, the County of San Bernardino versus City of San Bernardino, kind of outline who's in charge of what in terms of emergency scene operations?
Yes, and the statutes give a general outline.
Clear that the police are in charge of the scene management, but medical personnel are in charge of patient care decisions, right?
Yes, but the specific provision at issue there comes down to Health and Safety Code 1798.6, which says that priority goes to persons exposed to the most serious risk. It doesn't say how you figure that out. Is the most serious risk the patients who are on the ground, who were recovering from the accident?
Mr. Rogoyski and Judge Wardlow discussed the California statutes that pertain to the management of the scene of the accident. Section 409.3 of the California Penal Code provides that whenever law enforcement officers and emergency medical technicians are at the scene of an accident, management of the scene belongs to the appropriate law enforcement agency, whose representative is required required to consult with representatives of other response agencies at the scene to ensure that all appropriate resources are properly utilized. The statute further provides that authority for patient care management is governed by Section 1798.6 of the California Health and Safety Code, which places authority over patient care at the scene of an emergency in the hands of the most medically qualified, licensed, or certified healthcare professional at the scene, and requires that the scene be managed in a manner designed to minimize the risk of death or health impairment to the patient, with priority given to the interests of those exposed to the most serious and immediate risks to life and health. In the 1997 case of County of San Bernardino v. City of San Bernardino, the Supreme Court of California clarified that the term management of the scene, as used in Section 1798.6, refers to non-medical management, giving authority to law enforcement personnel for functions such as excluding bystanders and rerouting traffic, while responsibility for patient health care is assigned to medical personnel. It is precisely this division of authority between law enforcement and medical personnel at an accident scene that lies at the heart.
Baby breath?
Duped again by the male species. Aren't you guys the ones that wear makeup?
Gotcha, bitch! Met a man on a dating app. Actually seemed like he had promise. Seemed like he had shit together. Seemed like a nice guy. Had some qualities I was looking for. He planned a nice little date for us this morning. Brunch. Drinks. My favorite.
At every singles event, it's all women.
Yeah.
That's exactly
I don't want to do them anymore because it's so hard to get men to sign up. And I had one a few weeks ago, and one of the guys was like, please do this again. This was awesome. I'm like, I will do it again if you promise, like, get friends to come. Like, it's so hard to get guys to sign up. And he's like, no, why would I want more competition?
Yeah. But why? Like, I guess both perspectives. Like, what do you think?
Exactly.
Also, as a guy. So if you told me when I was 27, hey, there's a singles event where there's going to be 20 to 25 really cool women, I'd be like, yeah.
Really cool women. That's a bit of a stretch. I mean, they have pulses. That's probably about it, though.
That's sick. Why not go? I go to the bar to meet the single woman.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I go to the singles event where they actually want to meet me too?
Yeah.
But as guys, why did we never go to them?
Dude, doesn't it take away like the thing of rejection? Like,
Well, my perspective was this. I feel like guys are super sensitive to get rejected. And when you go to a singles event, there's an expectation that you should hook up or you should like meet somebody.
Yeah.
And if you don't, it's like, oh, well, you got rejected. And maybe if you hit on somebody there and they don't like you, it's very in your face.
Yeah.
Whereas if you get rejected at a bar, it's so like sugar coated and it's so like
kind of disappear.
You can disappear or like just pretend like something.
But the whole thing is these women are going to these singles events. He's over it.
Won't they do?
Women are going to these singles events because they have ridiculous standards. Their standards are so high now they've resorted to having to go to a single event where men are forced to be around them. Like, the women that go to these singles events are desperate and their standards are really high. So on one end, it's super desperation, and on the other end, it's really, really high standards. And it's a concoction for a very bad recipe because these women don't really qualify for really any of these guys. You know what they qualify for? Regular, everyday guys. But the guys that they really want are millionaires, 6'2", 6-pack, 6 inches, 6 figures. Other women want him. So they're just, a lot of these women are just shooting completely out of their league. And speaking of shooting in your league, you can download Free Cash right here where you can play mobile games and you can get paid to play, brother man. Let's just look up some Free Cash reviews. I like to look these up every once in a while just to make sure that we're staying on the up and up. What do we got here? Oh, I think there's Trustpilot. Let's go here. I got one of the guys from the Discord. He's made like, I think he said $2,500 in a year and a half from playing Free Cash. So this is from Google Play, which I do believe it's on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store as well. 4.5, 351,000 reviews. At first, I was really liking this app. Ended up very quickly before my first payout. If you like having to wait sometimes days to weeks to get your rewards converted. Okay, so that one's mainly this girl complaining about how long it takes to play the games. And I have heard it does take a while, but it's free money, so why are you going to get mad about that? 10 out of 10, OMG, after waiting for so many years, finally an actual app that genuinely works. I'm serious if you find yourself always gaming, and yes, if you pay for your games too. Dollars here and there, dude, it's good for beer money, so download the QR, scan that QR code, or click the link in the description. All right, let's get back off into this.
Something happened. You could hide.
Okay, so I recently went to a singles event, and it was 90% women. And I was wondering, like, where's all the dudes? I don't know, but they're not there. And that's cool, not like I care.
Well, clearly you do care, or you wouldn't have caked on.
Yeah, you really do care. You want men to voluntarily sign up for rejection and humiliation to boost your ego. I mean, that's kind of what it is. You know, men don't go to what is it? What was the last comment? Men don't go to singles events. We've got work and bills to handle. Let's see. I've been to one of these singles events. The women rejected almost all of the men they were trying to approach them. Also, the fact that most of these events let women in for free while men have to pay is also a turnoff too, especially when there's no guarantee that the man is actually going to get what he wants out of it. They should start charging women for this. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I think they should start charging women. Why would you charge men when men have to pay for everything else? And there's more women anyways.
Someone fess up. Someone fess up. Which alpha male podcaster is telling these men, before you ask a girl out, tell her you're poor. Tell her you're poor.
I'll tell that. Tell the girl you're poor. Tell her you're poor, bro. Alpha male podcaster. I don't consider myself an alpha male podcaster, but I tell men to know their worth.
Poor, and see if she'll still go out with you. I know it's coming from someone.
Can women effectively fight in these wars like men can?
I feel like if they were in war, and more technology could be advanced if we were in it more. We don't have a position.
Oh my God.
Stupid. In there. If we had more time in there, I feel like we could develop and find our own use in war. Women can.
Yeah, but what about the fighting part?
They probably could fight too.
You think that women could fight?
Yes.
You're a liar!
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think if you had a foreign nation with an all-female military,
yes,
had the same technology as an all-male military,
same technology?
Same technology.
Makes a difference on me.
Same technology. Okay, and they went to battle with each other.
Yes.
Do you think that it would be equal?
No.
Why?
Stronger men.
Yeah, so the force applicator, right? So like, no matter what, we're just always going to kind of come back to men kind of have to do that fighting part more than women, right? Like, I don't see a way around it.
Sometimes
I mean, big facts. I mean, Andrew hits the nail on the head with this one. Well, men enforce the laws, and if there wasn't men to enforce it, then you wouldn't have rights. So, you know, I just stand up for men. I feel like men are so disenfranchised that, you know, they need somebody to speak up for them, and that's why I'm here for you guys, man.
And you're interviewing an employee and they're like, well, I'll listen to you when I agree, but when I don't agree with you, I'm just gonna do what I want. I would not hire that person as an employee.
That's one of the biggest issues I have in relationships, is that because that's how I am.
To be submissive is to be subordinate. It means that you are not in charge. It means that there is somebody above you who has authority over you. And this is my little old lady wisdom for you girls. If you want a man who is about business and he can handle, and he's a good leader, and he's like competent, he's independent, he's like one of these top tier guys that you want that's like confident and knows what he's doing. That type of man is not going to put up with strong independent woman and going, well, but I think we should be doing it this way, and I really don't agree with you. Like, if you want a guy who's gonna put up with that, he's gonna be a little bit of a soft kind of guy who's going to let you walk all over him, and you're probably not going to be attracted, and you're probably not going to respect him. So you kind of have to pick one.
Thank you.
100% you have to pick one. Well, and most women want a guy who's a leader, but then they don't want to submit to him. And then so many women, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. So many women will submit to their bosses, but they won't submit to the man. I see so many women that'll be way more submissive to their boss. Well, he's cutting my checks. It doesn't love mean more than money? When women say that and they don't act more submissive around their men, they're basically saying money means more than love. And I think we live in a world now where that's the case, where women would rather respect their boss and be submissive to their boss and subordinate to their boss, but they would not want to do that for their man. And it's like, you wonder why you can't find a relationship? What are you? Stupid. Come on. The soft life is just lazy and entitled women wanting luxury.
Life. Soft life is ease. A nice, easy life. Like, everything's easy. Everything is being taken care of. And
This is why I say a lot of women are children, bro. They just don't want to have to do anything. I just want it to be easy. I just want it to be just that.
I really don't have to do it. If I want to work, I can, but I don't have to do it. Yeah. Like, it's being presented to me to receive.
When I hear women talk about soft life, I oftentimes get disgusted because it just seems like they don't want, you don't want to be a teammate, you don't want to be a partner, you want to be a companion.
Yeah, you don't want any sense of duty. You want a full life of leisure, which is what children get.
Like, you know what I'm saying? A companion, like, you just here to kick it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I done did everything. So I done took all the risks. I done made all the investment. And you want to eat. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
Well, and then the big problem is a lot of these women want to have equal say at the table. You didn't bring nothing to the table. You ain't provided nothing, but you want to have a say on what we do with the money. No, you don't. Here's my thing. If you want to live this soft life, cool. I'm all for that. But then you get no say when it comes to what we eat, what we do, where we go. You get no say. You just gonna follow along.
we were, because you have business, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like, if you would let me partner in your business where you pay for everything, you take all the risk, and then I'm like, yeah, but when you hit though, it's ours. It's ours.
And you live
I
your
think
soft
you would look
life.
at me crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? So just that proposition, like that proposal to me, be like, yeah, I want a soft life.
Yeah,
Like,
I get what
I
you're
don't understand why any man would look at that and be like, cool.
Well, I've
Let me get that.
experienced.
Like, you know what I'm saying? And then
You've experienced it, but you weren't able to keep it. That's the problem. So many women can get a taste of it. Everybody can go to a 5-star restaurant and a Michelin star restaurant once. Can you go there every day for lunch, though? That's what I thought.
How about no?
That's what I thought. Everybody can go to a nice restaurant once and pay $500 for a really crazy dinner, but you can't do it all the time.
how you making my life soft? Or am I supposed to have the hard life so you can have the soft life?
All right.
Yeah, see, they don't want it. And especially if a man was out there saying, I want a soft life, I want this and that, no woman would go for that, bro. No woman would go for it at all. At all. No women want to sit there and take care of a man financially and emotionally. Absolutely not. Woman says she never posts her boyfriend so she can keep her options open. Oh my God.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Post them once. I will hide you till the day I die because I didn't want to share that I had a boyfriend because I wanted to still see if there was other options out there for me. I know this is toxic and horrible to say. Everyone keep on moving on.
Damn. Imagine
just admitting it, that if she gets into a relationship, she's going to treat you like an option is crazy.
thinking you locked in, and the whole time your girl is soliciting offers to try to monkey branch to the perceived next best option. It's a dirty game.
This is what I call this do better syndrome. This typically happens with women with high body counts. They think they can always do a little bit better. They're like, well, I could probably do better. I could probably do a little bit better. So it's literally do better syndrome. And it comes from comparison, because comparison's the thief of joy.
Perfect guy. He sucks. He's a loser. He's boring. Normalize dating men that are like the worst people on the planet.
Why?
Because I don't think women understand that, you guys are very replaceable. You even said it yourself when she gave her own traits. Hey, there's another girl that can do that. Well, you're very right, because the threshold for us to be attracted to a woman is very low. Be attractive, don't be a pain in the ass, don't be a... We'll go out with you. But you guys, on the other hand, I need to be tall, I need to be charming, I need to be cool. Money, she met out with some millionaires, and she said they're not interesting, they don't have a vibe. So it's very hard to please women. So the reality is, if you're going out on a date with a guy, that means he's been vetted to some degree. It's really your privilege to go out with him. Right. But I always find it interesting how girls kind of look at it like I'm the prize. Not really, I don't think so.
You're not. Replaceable and
no, women are not the prize at all. They're born with their value. Men have to earn theirs. It's just, that's the whole thing, dude. If you have to go out and earn your value, then you're definitely the prize. And then to Myron's point, it's you have to have so many prerequisites for a woman to find you attractive in the sense of I'll let him hit. Not just good looking, but you have to have a good personality. You got to have some money. You got to have some status. You got to have an aura about you. You can't just show up and be a good looking dude. Because I went to high school with a dude who was very good looking. He was 6'5", chiseled like a Greek god. But as soon as he opened his mouth, it was he had no game, no personality, no charisma, no aura. He was just very boring to be around. So girls would just be like, well, I mean, he's good looking, but I'm good. And they would talk to me and get to know me. And I was like, hey, let me, if I need to slide in, I can. Alley-oop this. So basically we had a little in tandem game going. I would talk to him, get him comfortable, and get him to hang out with us, and he would pull him in with the looks, and I would keep them there with my personality. So it was a good game we played. We're not friends anymore, unfortunately, but
that you shouldn't judge someone by their clothes, right? Okay, now let's do a quick test here. Now, if you see someone wearing a police uniform, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would assume that they're probably a police officer.
Yeah.
Ah, why would you assume that?
Because of the uniform?
Don't judge people by their uniform or their outfit. If you saw someone wearing a fireman's outfit, you'd probably assume that they are a firefighter. Don't judge anyone by their outfit or their uniform. It doesn't make sense. So.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
If you're wearing a firefighter's outfit, you're probably a firefighter, right? If you're wearing a police officer's outfit, you're probably a police officer. If you're wearing an outfit, you probably
a lesson for everyone.
I mean, facts. I mean, birds of a feather flock together, brother man. Let's get into the Twitter and see what we have. Yeah, singles events, man. I don't feel like any guy ever's yeah, I really want to go to those. Bro, I saw this one, bro. and about fell out of my frickin' chair. About fell out of my chair, bro.
It's your turn now. Oh, a bit of cake.
God.
That's a nice breakfasty thing, isn't it?
I was hungry and it was that.
I was hungry, yeah, you know. I wanted 4 loaves of chocolate pie.
And what are you spreading on your toast here? Chocolate spread?
Chocolate spread or peanut butter.
We can tell he's spreading that chocolate. Look at this girl. The skinny girl's like, oh my God, disgusting.
Lemon meringue pie and a load of chocolate cookies.
Yeah.
Next.
Where's the protein? It's all bread.
Mum's homemade cake.
Look, Mom's homemade cake.
Wow, and some really big quarter pounders, 2 of them. Hurry. Yep, and good old burgers back in there again. Pizza plus chips.
Yeah. Chili.
2
chili? Oh my God, you're gonna have a jetpack in your butthole. God. It's gonna be like chili extravaganza night at Denny's at 2 a.m. That toilet's gonna be tore up from the floor up.
Pasties there, and 2 muffins. More cake, and more cake, and more cake. There were quite a lot more snacks to come, weren't there?
I couldn't believe the quantity of food.
You should be able to believe it when you look in the mirror.
No vegetables, no fruit, just rubbish. I was horrified.
Starch and fried crap and bread.
Absolutely horrified. And that is really frightening.
Jesus. Big as a truck. Gee, my God. I can't even believe it. I can't even believe that you could even eat that much food. My stomach, I haven't even eaten today. All right, here we go. Thin privilege is often invisible. Oh my God.
You really are a fat bastard.
She can't even lean up. Her belly's so big.
There is thin privilege, right? That is an absolute thing. And I know lots of people are like, no, absolutely not. But until you've lived in an extremely fat body, you don't have a right to talk about whether there's thin privilege or not.
Okay, so I can't talk about thin privilege until I'm a fatty. Okay.
Because if you haven't gone to the theatre and felt sick because you're like, oh, I've got to get into that seat. If you haven't gone to a restaurant and they've said, do you want to sit in a booth? And the first thing you think is, oh my God.
This is so self-inflicted that I don't feel bad. You ate your way in so you can walk your way out. Like, why would I feel bad for you on something you did to yourself? It's like chopping off your own legs and be like, do you know how hard it is to walk without legs? You did it to yourself.
The table move, because if the table doesn't move, don't put me in a booth, mate, because I'm not going to get in. If you haven't had to ask for a seatbelt extender on a plane and feel the shame.
Good Lord. You should feel the shame. Here's the thing. You should feel the shame of this, bro. You should feel it.
Of that. It's like there's this whole narrative that is like, you've put yourself there, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, you have. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for people that self-inflict. It's like shaving your head and being like, I'm bald. Yeah, you shaved your head. Why would I feel bad for you that's on something that's self-inflicted? All right, what is this chick got? Oh my God, what is this? Fragile tattooed on her, like, chest? Good Lord.
If I'm your girlfriend, I need you to know something. I
You would never be.
don't do half-ass love.
Okay, cool. Is that a butt plug earring? We have fallen so far from God's grace.
I'm the girl that will text you good morning before you even wake up.
You're psychotic.
I will know your schedule.
Psycho.
I'll bring you food before you even ask for it.
I mean, that one I'd be okay with.
And yeah, some people call that clingy.
But you don't have a man.
But I call that making sure you never think about anyone else other than me ever again.
And that's why she's alone. Good Lord. Pump and dump material. What is that? That's weird, though. To me, that's weird. Dating as a SW.
Dating as a sex worker is incredibly difficult. I feel
Yeah, it should be. You're a runner.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
like that goes without saying, and a lot of you are like, obviously, it would be hard to date someone and have someone take you seriously when you sell your holes. And I totally will agree with that. I have not had any luck dating while
As you shouldn't. You're tatted and an SW. On to the next. You think I want my mom to meet you? No.
I've been doing this job, and I don't really intend to because I want my focus to be on my business, making money, and setting myself up for life. But people...
I love how women think that selling pictures of their butthole is a business.
Finish her!
Honey, getting bucked on camera is not a business. It's just called being a whore.
often leave comments saying that because I have done this job, I will never be able to find the right person.
I actually hope you don't. I hope you don't put a man through the level of torment that he would be put through if he took you serious.
For me, I will be single for the rest of my life, even when I retire, and I'm just going to be an old, sad cat lady. And to that specific part, I want to say that this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I can understand why someone would not feel comfortable with dating a working girl while she's still working. We all have different boundaries. We all have different issues. Maybe some...
She acts like a lot of men are just open to this. Like, I understand some men maybe aren't open to it, but some men are. I'd say 98% of men aren't cool with this. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I believe the majority of men, and a strong majority, I'd say 98 to 99% of men are not okay with this. Maybe there's 1% of guys that are like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with you getting bucked and them coming home to me. Most men are very territorial, and most men are very possessive. They don't want to share.
Self-worth, maybe jealousy, etc. And that would be perfectly fine, okay? It just may be something that you're uncomfortable with. But when someone is no longer doing...
It's not that I'm not comfortable with it. It's that I'm disgusted by what you do.
...that job. And it is a part of their past and their history. And a history that you can see they use to set themselves up for life and be in a very comfortable, cushy financial situation.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If your life's work is despicable, if your life's work is embarrassing, if your life's work is degeneracy, that's like saying I sold crystal meth for 30 years, never got caught, but I set myself up financially. Yeah, but you ruined a lot of lives. You know, that's like saying you're doing something horrible. Yeah, I slaughtered people for 30 years and made a killing off of it. I was a cannibal chef and I made a killing. Like, what? Like it's like saying doing something really, really bad. And like you were a hired hitman for 30 years, never got caught, made a really good life and set myself up for a financial future. Like, but your life's work is horrible.
Why would that be an issue? Why is it that somebody's past is a concern to you at all?
A woman's past matters just like a man's future matters. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Your past matters, ladies.
Because they didn't even know you during that past, right? And they're not actively being with other people while you're together. I have plenty of friends in the industry who have partners and have had partners the entire time they have been working doing this job. It absolutely can happen, and I feel like it's a lot more likely to happen when you retire with that partner knowing what your history was. There are a lot of men out there who don't care about how many bodies you have.
No, there's not a lot of men. Look at that face. She even knows what she just said is straight hogwash, dogwash. Most men care. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I feel like most men care about what your body count is, dude. Like if I was to give you the option, chat. So all right, here's the option. I'm gonna give you a girl that's had 5 partners, or here's a girl that's had 500. Which one would you rather have? Knowing nothing else but that. 5. I almost bet all you guys would say 5. And the main reason is because men value inexperience and women value experience. Women don't really care what your body count is. They don't. They really could care less what your body count is. They don't really mind. But as men, we do care. We do care.
Or how many people you've been with. It's not about that. That doesn't define your value to them. And that's exactly how it should be. Someone's past.
If a lot of men felt that way, why don't you have a man?
Gotcha, bitch. Past is their past. It wouldn't matter to me if my partner had
God, the projection is so crazy. I can almost see it on the wall back there. She's just projecting, so hard projecting. Like, honey, it's a wrap for you. It is a complete wrap for you.
Somebody asked, what's your opinion on your man having a high body count before you when you waited?
I'm not pressed about...
Told you, she's not, and this lady's pretty based.
My man ever having... I don't want a man that has a low body count.
Boom, exactly. What'd I tell you guys? Women don't care, bro. It's attractive for a man to have experience.
What?
I don't,
bro.
I don't want no man that has a low body. I don't want no man that's never been exposed to anything. I don't want a man that's never had a baddie in his life. I don't want a man that's never been with a woman that other men want. I don't want a man that hasn't sold.
I mean, also, it's probably why she doesn't have a man. Her standards are pretty high, I'm pretty sure.
Results. I don't want him. I don't want him. I don't want anything to do with him. Now, this is the thing. If you are the type of man that is that man, there's nothing wrong with those men. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with those men. What I'm saying is I don't want them. I don't want no man that hasn't had an experience. I don't want no man that has turned down 180 women to choose 20. If you've never had hella options and now all of a sudden you come around and that's another thing, men, when you get a female in your life, a lot of times now women are going to try that man just because he has a woman. It don't have nothing even to do with you. They're just trying to prove, oh, their relationship isn't that happy. Oh, they're not really that locked in. Oh, he was all up in my inbox. Look at him. He put hard eyes on my. It goes back to the treacherous woman. And not all women are treacherous, but it happens. So for me, personally, I don't want a man that has never gotten play.
Telling you guys, I tell you guys, man, all the time. Look, you free. Free. Go to your place. That's a little gator. He likes those little gator whimsies. Women value experience, whereas men value inexperience. I'm telling you guys, man. So why does it matter? You can go out there and buck as many women as you want. Women don't care. As long as you're not carrying around a bunch of venereal diseases and STDs. I guess just don't go to Houston or to Daytona Beach, you know what I mean? 42,000 STDs. Did a video on that a few days ago. But that's why I tell men to date multiple women, dude. You need to go out there and you need to figure out the game. I have a few guys that have called the number here, and they're younger cats. They're probably 20 to 24. And shout out to the younger crowd that watches. I appreciate you, young men. I really do. And some guys my own age. A lot of these younger guys that haven't had a lot of play, they fall really hard for these women. They fall so hard, and this girl was so great, and I love her so much, and she was always there for me, you know, and she's just so happy. And then the poo hits the fan with her, and now he's devastated. Should I break up with her, or should I try to make it work? If you ever in your mind even have that thought, and you don't have a lot invested in this woman, whether it's kids, you've been with her for 5 years, etc., like if she's cheated on you or something, bro, it's over. It's a wrap. It's done. But if you've asked yourself that question, should I try to make it work? More than likely you shouldn't. Because if you're trying to convince a woman to stay with you, bro, it's a losing game. If a woman's over it, she's over it. Now, a man, I feel like you can reel him back in. But a woman, it's a wrap, dude. Women have too many options. That's the problem. And that's the thing. They have too many options, therefore, if you're trying to convince her, other guys are trying to convince her too, and it's a wrap. But for you as a guy, you ain't got a bunch of women barking up your tree. I know you don't, because I don't. And I'm not saying I'm Himothy Chalamet, him Duncan, but I have no women barking up my tree, bro. Besides Cass. It's the only one. Loki, go to your. Oh, did you drop her? What are you doing back there? What did you? Y'all see him? He dropped it. But I represent the average guy. No matter how big the channel gets, I'm always going to represent the average guy because I'm average. And the only thing that set me apart from the pack was my personality and how I made people feel around me, which is maybe why you guys watch. I don't know. But this is why I tell men, especially in their younger age, the ones that have called me at least, is you need to be dating multiple women. You need to let the women know that you're dating, that you have options. Because as soon as you let her know you have options, she sees you as higher status and higher value. And she goes, I need to do everything I can to keep this guy. I need to do everything I can to keep this guy. Because if you don't, dude, she's going to see that you don't have any leverage. You having options is leverage in the relationship. Women come into a relationship with a lot of leverage. Lots of leverage. They can go talk to a bunch of men. They can post one IG story. Cass has like 3,000 followers on IG. Her page is private now, but she has like 3,000 followers. She can post one story, get 20 DMs. I post one story, you know how many I get? None. I get not a single one. Nobody's barking up my tree, bro. I've got 145,000 on IG. Nobody. Facebook, I got 167,000. You want to know how many? Just guess. Nobody. Just saying, dude. Like, it's different. That's why as a man, you got to have leverage in the relationship. And as long as you're talking to multiple women, you will have more leverage. And then also you'll get better at the game. So many men think being promiscuous is a bad thing. A lot of the guys that call, they're like, well, Levi, I don't want to be a hoe. I don't want to be promiscuous. I mean, and I don't want you to either, because you're just going to be traumatizing a bunch of other women, giving them the thought that there's a potential to a relationship. But you're really working on your game. You got to figure out what works for you. And if you're not exercising that, you're never going to grow that muscle. You got to sharpen that axe, brother. I figured out what my game was at a very early age. I'm the funny guy. I'm the funny archetype, right? That's me. I'm the funny dude. I make you feel comfortable. I make you laugh and giggle. I make your cheeks clap and jiggle. Should have been a nice shit about a Honda, put it on a t-shirt. That's what I do. if I didn't know that now before I even met, or if I didn't know that when I met Cass, I wouldn't know what archetype I fit in. I don't fit into the Greek god jock. I don't fit into the super tall guy. I fit into like the fashion guy. I like to dress well, and then I was funny. Those were my lanes. You got to figure out what lane you fit in. Are you the athlete archetype? Are you the funny guy archetype? Are you the fashion dude archetype? Are you the money guy archetype? Are you the fast car guy? Like what archetype are you? You got to figure that out. Then you can figure out which lane you take. But for me, mine was personality driven because I was raised up so poor. I had no money. And then I found out at an early age, I could work on my personality and it was free because I could talk to people. I could try out things. I could talk to women. That's why I memorized so many one-liners, bros, because it made women laugh. There was another one I came up with the other day. If I'm paying the check, I better be getting some neck. Should have put it on a t-shirt. If I'm paying the check, I better be getting some neck.
Oh, God.
Somebody stop me.
What they do?
But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's good to have you guys. It's words, Levi.
Stupid.
It's good to have you guys out, man. Until next time. Peace.
What you're about to watch is mostly unedited. Peter from anywhere in the world. The financial devastation and emotional toll these scams have on victims deserves a proactive anti-scam solution. A Seraph Secure solution. Get protection for free at seraphsecure.com.
Hello?
Hi, yeah, this is Jenny from MyCoin calling. We saw that you were calling in earlier to, I assume, withdraw your funds. Is now a good time to talk?
Yes. I want to withdraw my funds. Hello?
What was that?
$1,000 and $500 as well.
All right, well, I'm gonna transfer you to our withdrawal department. Okay?
All right.
Okay, please hold.
My wallet has been approved already, so I have my approval code issued to me right now.
Okay, please hold.
So,
please, don't mind my silence.
All right.
I just realized I should have had like music or something. Okay, I'm gonna like. Yeah, I guess I'll just let you say hello and stuff, and then I'll yeah.
You say when I'm clear and I'll go. Hello, this is Jason. Thank you for calling Bitcoin. How can I help you today? You've reached the withdrawal department.
Yeah, I need to withdraw my funds, my Bitcoin from your wallet. So I got my wallet approved already. So I have my code sent to my email.
You have to make
Do you
sure.
understand me now?
You have to be nice to him. Sorry, this is Jason's first day at the withdrawal department.
All right.
Maybe try that again. Maybe try that again and say, be excited about it and be nice to him.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, welcome to MyCoin. Thank you for contacting the withdrawal department. We're really excited to be able to help you with your withdrawal today.
It sounds like you don't even care a little bit.
Okay.
Hello?
I'm just trying to. It's just that I'm trying to read. I have to read the certain things that I have to say, and then trying to. Okay. Hello. Thank
Pretend
you.
it's
Thank you
Christmas
very
morning.
much.
Hello. It's your birthday party.
Hello. I understand. I'm sorry, sir. Just give me a second, okay? I'm just new to this position. Hi, I can see that there are issues regarding our billing system with you attempting to make a withdrawal. To better assist you, can you please provide me the specifics of the currency that you are trying to refund or retrieve, such as the series year of any sequential bills that you might be trying to use?
Very well done.
I'm trying to withdraw. My wallet has been placed on your site already, and I have my coin claimed already. So it's now for you guys to send me the money to my wallet, the provided wallet.
I understand. Okay. Thank you for your clarification, and thank you for answering those questions. Have you received an approval code?
Yeah.
Okay. Has your wallet been approved?
Yes, my wallet has been approved.
You gotta ask him their name.
Oh,
you
pardon
didn't
me.
ask the name.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for calling my coin today. We appreciate your business. Can I start with your name, please?
Very good.
Robert, thank you for contacting us today, Robert. My name is Jason, and I'm excited to be your MyCoin representative today. To ensure that I'm matching your energy levels correctly for our diagnostic software, could you please tell me, are you suffering from to ensure that I am matching your energy levels correctly for our diagnostic software, would you say that your current frustration is stemming from a lack of closure or a surplus of expectations?
My expectation was for you guys to send me my money since I have the wallet provided on your network.
I understand.
You get me?
Okay, I'm looking into this. I'm looking into this right now for you. Aha.
Robert, just bear with us. He's new. This is his first support case. Very exciting. It's very exciting.
Okay.
He shows a lot of really good promise. So hopefully we'll be able to get this taken care of.
Let me see here. Okay, so I can see here. It looks like maybe he's been trying to redeem it over the last 24 hours. So can I ask him a question about the algorithm?
We need to get his there's a code that he received on his dashboard. You have to ask him for the customer service PIN. His 6-digit PIN.
Okay.
Robert, what's your Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. I can do it.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make sure you have to do it a little bit more. Watch a real professional, Jason.
Okay, can you
Robert,
show me?
thank you for calling in today. It's my joy to help you out. On your dashboard, do you have a 6-digit numerical PIN code that you can share with me, sweetheart? You always want to call them sweetheart. They like that.
Okay. Can you help us with a 6-digit PIN, sweetheart?
Yeah, that's good.
Sure. You mean my approval code?
Nope, we're not there yet. No one cares about the approval code. We're asking about the 6-digit customer service PIN code on your dashboard on the website.
Okay. You can go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Hold on.
That's not it.
Here. Robert, here at MyCoin, we advise you to take the security of your MyCoin account seriously. Have you considered innovating or creating a new password, one that might be hard for someone else to replicate?
No.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Okay, so on the dashboard of the website, are you on your dashboard where you signed up to claim your funds?
I already claimed the funds already.
Okay, but on the webpage, there's a code. It's 6 digits, and it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm 100% sure that's not it.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
God, I don't understand. You're so much better at this than I am. How am I ever going to be as good of a customer support agent? Like,
Well, it takes a lot of practice. And
okay.
whenever I'm on the call with these customers, I just like to think that I've invited them to my birthday party or something like that. And I don't want to let them down. I don't want to have nobody at my birthday party. That happened to me once. I hated it.
I always go cosmic bowling.
What?
I always go cosmic bowling for my.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. I'm correct about the pin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the pin.
All right, let's look that up.
Okay, so I go into the search bar here. And
do you realize? Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Excuse me.
Do you realize the payment was 2? The one for $1,000 and one for $500.
There were 2 separate transactions.
Yeah.
Do you have your PIN for the second transaction?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, you're giving us the PIN for your second transaction.
Wait, one moment, please. I'm getting confirmation from our database that that is indeed the PIN code.
Oh.
You see right there, Jason?
Oh, I see. I was putting it in the wrong search bar. That was why.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
God.
Okay, I see
Systems are so confusing. Who's going to learn all these systems? Who's going to learn all these search systems? This is so... I'm sorry, sir.
No,
this
you're
is my
fine,
first
you're
day, and I'm
fine.
just getting overwhelmed a little bit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I put it in right there.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. All right. Well, this is exciting, Jason, because we verified that we're talking to the right customer, and that's the first step.
Hey.
That's a cause for celebration. Congratulations, Robert. Do you want to, Jason? Do you want to congratulate him? or
Hello?
anything?
Thank you for participating in the first stage of our MyCoin process to ensure that you get the funds that you are entitled
Celebrate good times. Come on. This is great. Okay, Jason, the next thing we need is your approval code. Did you receive that?
Yeah, I received my approval code.
Okay, Jason, ask him for his approval code.
Robert, thank you for contacting MyCoin today. In order to assist you further, could you please provide us with your 6-digit approval code, please?
Jason, it sounds like you're falling asleep.
I'm not. I'm trying to deliver what seems.
Hello?
Try it again.
You're
Try it
talking
again.
about...
Excuse me.
Hello?
Try it one more time.
Hello,
Okay.
hello.
It's not
Hello,
6 digits. This one's
Robert.
different. You get it right
one's
this time.
different? Okay. Hello, Robert.
You're
Thank
talking
you for
about the
contacting
email approval code.
MyCoin
Hold
support.
on, Robert. Jason's trying to talk.
Okay.
Just let him stumble through it. It's
Sorry,
his first time.
I lost my point. Give me a second to go back. Okay. Hello, Robert. Thank you for contacting MyCoin support today.
You don't need to thank. You already thanked him. Just
Don't I start at the top of this? Don't I start at the top of the page and go down from there?
No, God,
Hello.
no.
Thank you for contacting MyCoin today. You've reached the withdrawal department.
It's the third page.
I see. We already did that. Okay.
Sorry, Robert. Hold on.
Okay.
Here.
You might not be cut out for this, Jason.
No. I have it.
It's the third
No,
page.
I have no. Okay, I have it right here. To better categorize your feedback to ensure faster assistance in the future, would you describe your relationship with our company as more of a linear progression or cyclical journey? No, sorry, that's not the right page. It's the section here where it says approval. It's approval code.
Me.
It's approval code. I found it.
Did you read? Yes. Approval code. That's it. Honey.
Approval code. Robert, do you have an approval code for your pending transaction?
Yes, I do.
It's very important that you do not share this with anybody, except for qualified MyCoin representative. Try saying that.
Are you
Repeat
guys
it.
not qualified?
It is important, Robert. It is important that you do not share your MyCoin approval code with any individual other than. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Robert, can you hear me?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. It is
Yeah,
important that you
Are
do
you
not
online?
share your. It is important that you do
Can
not
you hear
share
me
your
now?
MyCoin. It is important that you do not share your MyCoin approval code with anyone other than verified professional assistants operating at MyCoin. Is that okay?
That was good.
Yeah.
Robert?
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Could you please
Hello?
proceed with providing us a giving of your approval code, please? Thank you. In
Wow.
advance.
Couldn't have done it worse.
67. Hello.
Hello?
67. 6'7".
6'7"?
DEEZ. DEEZ.
Okay, you said 6'7" PEE. 6'7" PEEZ.
D. D for dog. D.
6'7". I understand. 6'7".
He's saying D, as in
6'7"
deodorant.
D, not
PDD7.
P.
Oh, C.
6'7" PDD7.
No. He said C as in Charlie, I think.
6'7" DEEZ.
Okay, he said 637.
Yes.
BBB 7.
That's too many. That's too many characters. There's one too many characters there, I think. Sir, you said it's 6'7" DEEC.
It's a little difficult to hear you there, Robert.
6'7". 67.
6767.
6767 DEEZ. Is that correct, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
6767 DEEZ.
That's not. That doesn't seem to work.
Are you sure that's your code? Your code is 6767 DEEZ.
67 DEEZ. Just 167, not 667.
Okay, 167
W.
DEEZ.
No, I think it was W67.
W67 DEEZ. Okay. Just while we're waiting for this approval check to go through, Robert, I understand that I'm just reading a part of this first part here. I apologize if any of this does not apply to you. It's just my first time taking on a file, so I'm just asking some of the questions that come with my book. So it says, okay, I understand that you have been delayed in receiving your product or services. In order to help us calibrate our logistics algorithm, would you say that you felt a sense of impending arrival at any point within the last 24 hours?
Come again.
Do you need to phone a friend?
I know that you did not receive your product or services, but I just have to fill out this part of the questionnaire. And the question says, at any point in the last 24 hours, did you feel a sense of impending arrival? You didn't get your product, but at some point in the last 24 hours, did you feel like you would?
No. Because the app does not feel legit enough for me to trust you guys. My $1,500 is in there, and you guys have not even find a solution for me to get the funds.
Well, I
do you
can
want me to feel
assure
about
you,
that?
okay, Mr. Robert, don't let Jason's lack of experience deter you. I can assure you that we are an award-winning platform. In fact, 6 months ago, we did a blind survey, a study in which we had 37 fifth graders, children, participate, and they were all able to receive their funds in less than 10 minutes. So I can assure you that this is very easy. Is that someone guiding you in the background?
Okay. Oh, I see on this one. This side shows green. That's for a different case. If it's green, that means that their refund has been processed.
Okay, no, so I do see 67 Ds. Is that it?
I think it's just 67 DEEZ. No one says D's.
Yeah. You're correct.
Okay.
of the dispute between Officer Flores and Mr. Gregoire.
This is a case of disputed facts, and I realize that the parties have different stories, but suppose we take this and look at the facts in the light most favorable to Gregoire, the non-moving party, and his witnesses. They all seem to say that he was actually attending physically to a patient when he was arrested by Flores.
Yes, but it is also undisputed that in the words of the lower court, that Officer Flores faced concern about secondary accidents, and there are undisputed facts which establish that Officer Flores talked to the firefighters and Officer Colunga talked to the firefighters, which Officer Flores overheard. So this court takes plaintiff's version.
Are you aware of any other case where at the scene of an emergency, a police officer arrested someone who's attending to someone medically?
I'm not aware of a reported case, and for that reason alone, the second prong of the qualified immunity test applies here. There have been situations, I believe factually, I'm not sure this is in the record.
Don't tell us things outside the record. I'm just saying, have you ever seen, is there any other case that, is out there?
We're not aware of any case that has addressed a situation even remotely like this, Your Honor. And for that reason alone, that's a simple reason why the qualified immunity test, for the second prong of the qualified immunity test, to apply here.
Or it could be that it's just such an outrageous thing to do that nobody's ever done it.
So Your Honor refers to the obviousness exception to qualified immunity. This court has recently defined obviousness as conduct so flagrantly unlawful that few dare its attempt. This case defies obviousness because we have a state statute which contains an inherent contradiction. When you have an EMT who's engaging in their duties, and that EMT is arguably in conflict with a CHP officer engaging in their duties, who wins? We don't know. The California state statutes don't explain that. We're not aware of any case law that explains that. So it's hard to say that this is so flagrantly unlawful because there's no explanation for what qualifies as unlawful.
Were there ever charges brought against Gregoire?
No, there were no charges brought against Mr. Gregoire.
Mr. Rogoyski argues that because there is no existing case law that discusses a similar situation, Officer Flores should be granted qualified immunity under the so-called second prong of the qualified immunity analysis. The two-prong qualified immunity test, which was formalized by the Supreme Court in the 2001 case of Saucier v. Katz, establishes that a government official, such as a police officer, is entitled to qualified immunity unless the plaintiff demonstrates that the official violated a constitutional right, which is considered the first prong of the test, and that the right was clearly established at the time of the conduct, which is the second prong of the test. Although the Supreme Court originally held in the Saucier case that a court must address the prongs in order, in the 2009 case of Pearson v. Callahan, the court revised the test to allow the courts to address either prong first. In other words, courts may decide that qualified immunity is warranted based solely on the fact that the law was not, quote-unquote, clearly established at the time of the alleged violation without determining whether or not the underlying conduct was constitutional. Additionally, in the 1987 case of Anderson v. Creighton, the Supreme Court held that for a right to be clearly established, it must be defined with sufficient specificity, such that a reasonable official would understand that what he is doing violates that right, rather than established only at a high level of generality. Well, under this framework, Mr. Rogoyski's argument is that even if Officer Flores violated Mr. Gregoire's constitutional rights, no prior case law had addressed a situation sufficiently similar to the circumstances at this accident scene, and therefore, a reasonable officer in Officer Flores's position would not have known that his conduct was unlawful, entitling him to qualified immunity on that basis alone.
So going back to the obviousness question very, very quickly, if there were a definition of consultation and there were case law on that, particular case law from the circuit, then we might get into an obviousness zone. Or if there were obviousness usually applied in excessive force cases involving extreme examples of excessive force. That's just not the situation that we have here. And it is an open question whose interest predominates if you have a patient on the ground and someone attending to them, and a concern, which is undisputed and recognized by the lower court, that the next person's going to ram into the back of one of these vehicles that's blocking the freeway and get injured or killed. You know, who gets priority? We don't know. CHP doesn't know, firefighters don't know, and that's why they're supposed to consult about it. But we don't have a definition of consult either. So how does that get figured out? When we have all of these questions, which cannot be answered.
Consult doesn't mean arrest.
I agree with that. But consult, one regular definition of consult is to seek information or advice from. That's a pretty plain language definition of consult. If you use that definition, that's what happened. Officer Colunga went and talked to the firefighters, asked them to move their trucks. They didn't. He asked them, why are you not moving them? They gave their explanation. Under that plain language definition, consultation would have happened within the meaning of the statute. But we don't even have that here. We don't know if that's good enough or not. And a CHP officer in a developing situation on the ground who has to make some quick decisions in the interest of public safety needs to have some discretion to make a decision that we might afterwards say was not prudential. That's what qualified immunity does. It protects their discretion in these rapidly evolving situations. And sometimes in the application of 2020 hindsight, we may say that may not have been the most advisable thing to do. But again, 2020 hindsight doesn't apply to the situation here.
So Colunga went and talked to the firefighters, but Flores didn't.
Well, Flores also spoke to Mr. Gregoire, but it's undisputed that he further overheard Colunga speaking to the firefighters and specifically asking them, you know, hey, why have you not yet moved these fire trucks?
And the explanation was?
The explanation was that they were engaged in patient care, although I don't think that's technically part of the record. I think it can be inferred that it's part of the record.
And that's certainly what Gregoire says, right?
Yes.
And his two witnesses.
Yes. And that is plaintiff's version of the facts. But it's also undisputed that California Highway Patrol had a competing interest in protecting passing motorists from getting into a severe accident.
Why didn't they just get the keys and move the fire truck?
So that's a good question. It turns out the only person who was qualified to move the fire truck, and no one found this out until after the arrest happened, was Mr. Gregoire. Captain Albright himself later said, I believe, around the same time that he was not qualified to move the fire truck.
Seems like there's a, well, I don't want to go into it, but anyway, go on. How much time did you want to save? Okay, Judge Gold.
I have a question for counsel, if I may. Let's put the arrest aside for a moment, and let's say I assume that there's not clearly established law and someone's got to be the captain in that situation, and so the plaintiff loses. Still, how can it be justified on the excessive force claim for police to put like an EMT in handcuffs, which also were alleged to be two types of people? I mean, as I looked at this, it looked like an unusual case of two good guys getting in a dispute, a cop and an EMT. But if the dispute required an arrest, why did the police put the EMT Gregoire into cuffs?
So again, we're getting to the distinction between what is within the scope of discretion and what is prudential. Looking back at the situation, we may say it was not prudential or advisable to put a firefighter into handcuffs. But it is standard practice everywhere during the course of an arrest to place the person in handcuffs. Officer Flores did not know at the time whether this individual he was placing under arrest would behave like a normal individual under arrest or would respond with a substantial amount of adrenaline. So he did the standard procedure, which is to place that person in handcuffs. As to the tightening of the handcuffs, again, the best answer here comes from the second prong of the qualified immunity test. We don't have a case on point which deals with this specific situation, which is, we have to remember two important facts. One is that there was no physical injury. It's undisputed that Gregoire was not harmed. He didn't have any bruises, nothing. The other fact that's important to recognize here is plaintiff says, he asked for the handcuffs to be tightened and he asked for them to be loosened and they were just tightened. That's actually not what the record shows. One of the pages cited by plaintiff, record at 93, is an admission by plaintiff where he asked for them to be loosened, then they were locked, which had the effect of making them tighter. So we have these two interesting features. Handcuffs requested to be loosened, but which were tightened to a point short of causing injury, and plaintiff admits they were locked, which is a procedure to prevent them from causing injury. Is it beyond debate that every single reasonable officer would know that you can't do that based on existing law? No. And in fact, there are some situations where a reasonable officer might think that handcuffs, which can be tightened to some point short of causing injury, should be tightened. So again, we don't have a case on point. And this is one of those areas where it might not be advisable to have a case on point because we're dealing with excessive force in the sense of the minimum amount excessive force you need to have a viable claim, not an extreme case of an excessive force like a shooting or something like that. And we're getting very close to traipsing all over the legitimate scope of officer discretion. And we want to avoid a situation where the manual of handcuffing procedure is written entirely by the judiciary. So as a prudential matter here, when there's no injury, when we have no cases which are on all fours, all threes, all twos with this, then the safest thing to do is say the second prong of the qualified immunity test applies.
And counsel, is there evidence in the record supporting the point you made in response to my question, saying that all officers put people in handcuffs whenever they make an arrest?
I believe that's there isn't evidence in the record that I'm aware of that I can cite offhand, but I believe that is a well-recognized principle in this circuit's jurisprudence. And I believe it's in, the statement also appears in one of the cited cases. I think it's Lowand. I'm blanking on the specific case site. I'm under 3 minutes, so I would like to reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal if I may.
You may.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogoyski completed his argument on behalf of Officer Flores, reserving the rest of his time for so-called rebuttal, which is an opportunity to respond after the opposing party completes their argument. Mr. Robinson then took the podium to present his oral argument on behalf of Mr. Gregoire.
Good morning, Your Honors. Judge Gould. My name is Jeremy Robinson. I represent the appellee Jacob Gregoire in this case. Your Honors, you had mentioned at the beginning of my colleague's argument that this is a case involving a lot of disputed facts, and I think that's one of the key things that needs to be kept in mind when looking at the district court's ruling here. One of the problems, I believe, with the CHP's argument is that it tends to flow from their version of what they think happened, and they then take that and say, well, under our version of these facts, we're entitled to qualified immunity. But, of course, the opposite is what you're actually supposed to do at this stage. And so you have to start from the premise that we're working from Mr. Gregoire's version of the facts.
My understanding of this is that Officer Flores could still be entitled to qualified immunity depending on what facts are found by the jury.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, it is possible, yes, that the case could be tried to the jury, and depending on what factual findings the jury makes, Officer Flores could be entitled to qualified immunity. But it's also possible that the jury could make a finding of fact where he would not be entitled to qualified immunity,
Right.
which is
That's
why
the
the summary
whole
judgment was
point
denied.
of the disputed facts at this stage.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly true. So I think, you know, the legal issue that they've raised relates to the clearly established part of the qualified immunity analysis. And it was just sort of mentioned in passing in the district court. It wasn't really even made an issue there, but they've made it an issue on this appeal. So I wanted to address that part of it. But I do think because the law and the Supreme Court has continually told us that we have to look at the specific factual parameters and not just sort of a broad brush of what happened, it's important to get a few facts out there from Mr. Gregoire's perspective. The first being that he was, by his admission and by several other people's admission, engaged in patient care at the time that this happened. Mr. Flores, Officer Flores, and maybe Officer Colunga say that they didn't see that. But we take that as true for the purpose of this particular situation. In addition, Officer Flores had placed a flare pattern behind his car, which he had parked behind the fire trucks and the ambulance on the freeway. So he had already established a protective zone behind these to eliminate or at least minimize the risk that someone was going to crash into the back of the fire trucks. And there was some dispute about whether the ambulance was in the freeway or not in the freeway, but again, Captain Albright says that he believes that it was. We take that as accepted at this time. So one of the critical components, which my colleague mentioned, is he believed there was some level of consultation between Officer Colunga and maybe to a lesser extent Officer Flores and the fire department. But the record does not reflect that unless you consider consultation to be, I command you to move your truck. That's essentially the level of consultation that there was. If you look at Officer Colunga's declaration, and that is, I have it in here just a second. That's page 180 of the excerpts of record, and I'm looking at page 183. He said, I had conversations with members of the other two fire crews to ask them to move their trucks into the center median. That's the extent of the consultation. I mean, I know my colleague said he maybe asked them why they didn't move their trucks, and there was some colloquy about that, but there's no record of that. That's not part of our record on appeal here. Essentially what we
Counsel,
Yes,
Judge
sorry.
Gould, if I could ask you a question.
Yes.
Along the lines of what I asked your friend on the other side of the case, is there any authority pre-existing, some case law, that says that if we have the situation where one, I'll call him a good guy, an EMT is doing some medical care at an accident, but a police officer, a second good guy, is on the scene and has to try to keep traffic lanes open for purposes of avoiding another accident. Is there any law that says in those circumstances the police officer has to defer to the EMT if the EMT's working on a patient?
There is no case on point on that. I think both sides will agree to that point. What our position is that the statutes themselves are clear and unambiguous in this particular fact pattern. Again, when you're looking at the facts as they are construed in most favorable terms to Mr. Gregoire, because the statutes do require, they say shall consult, they require some level of consultation by the CHP or whoever's in charge with the emergency medical technicians before making some decisions that affect patient care. So there may be some gray areas out there where there was a consultation and there was some disagreement between the people about whether who gets priority, things of that sort. I can see there may be some circumstances, but I don't think this is one of them because there wasn't any consultation. So if you just look at the terms of the statutes themselves, they're not ambiguous on that point. And I don't think you need a case to have addressed that particular circumstance to understand the statutes. And I should point out, Officer Flores himself references these statutes as a basis for making his arrest. So there's no claim that he was mistaken about the law, or he didn't understand, or that they weren't clear and he wasn't sure exactly what he was supposed to be doing.
So your case rests on the shall consult, and your version of the fact is that he didn't consult, and that's a clear mandatory duty under the statute. And the defense is that he did consult. So that's what the battle is going to be about at trial?
That's certainly a big part of it. I mean, I can't speak for them for their defense, but that appears to be the position they're taking. Their briefs suggest that they believe he did what was required under the statute by way of some form of consultation.
Is there any definition of consult, or we just look at the ordinary meaning of consult?
In this case, I think you can look at the ordinary meaning of consult, and in fact, I would be happy to accept their definition of it, because he defined it as requesting information from, or talking, getting information from. And again, if you look at the facts, the declarations, there was no exchange of information with Officer Kalunga. He didn't say, okay, I have this concern. I understand you all are taking care of patients, but I'm also worried about this other circumstance. We need to work this out. Let's try to figure out what's the best thing to do.
They could have probably had someone else attend to the patient while Gregor moved the truck, if that was...
Probably, yes.
Other firefighters there, right?
Yes, there were other firefighters there, and...
Other EMTs there?
Other paramedics there, yes. So sure, they could have made that kind of an arrangement to have someone else take over what Mr. Gregor was doing and have Mr. Gregor move the truck out of the way, but that's not how the facts actually unfolded. Again, just sort of to reiterate, Officer Kalunga, by his own testimony, said, I came over and I said, move the trucks out of the way. They're blocking these lanes. There was no back and forth about information, again, of, I understand there's priorities and let's work this out. Get your trucks out of here. Officer Flores overheard that, and there was no consultation by him either. He didn't say, okay, I heard Officer Kalunga talking to you, let's try to figure out how we can get this done. I'm worried about this. He said, move your truck. That's it.
Mr. Robinson asserts that the California Highway Patrol officers did not, quote-unquote, consult with the firefighters, including Mr. Gregoire, as required by the California statutes on accident scene management. As we discussed earlier in this episode, Section 409.3 of the California Penal Code requires the law enforcement representative in charge of scene management to consult with representatives of other responding agencies, including emergency medical personnel who hold independent authority over patient care, to ensure that all appropriate resources are properly utilized. Now, in this situation, rather than engaging in dialogue with Mr. Gregoire or any other medical personnel about the status of the patients or the necessity of the fire truck's position, the officers simply ordered the firefighters, including Mr. Gregoire, to move the truck while Mr. Gregoire was actively engaged in treating a patient. Accordingly, Mr. Robinson argued that issuing a unilateral order to remove equipment from an active rescue operation without any inquiry into the ongoing medical needs at the scene did not satisfy the consultation requirement of the statute.
Curiosity question. How did Flores know Gregoire was the guy that asked to move the truck?
He originally asked Captain Albright, who was also on the truck, whose truck is this? And Captain Albright said, well, it's our truck, and Mr. Gregoire is the driver. He's the engineer of the truck. So Officer Flores then knew that Gregoire was the person to command to move the truck.
Okay, and what fire department was this? Which city? It wasn't San Diego, was it?
No, the city of Chula Vista. It's a city, South San Diego County.
It's a smaller city.
Correct, yes. This was outside the city of San Diego territorial bounds.
Counsel, could you at some point please address the excessive force issue? I wondered if you agreed with your colleague on the other side of the case that anytime there's an arrest, it's reasonable to handcuff somebody.
I don't agree with that, and I would challenge them to come up with something that says that's the case. There's nothing in the record, statements by anyone, declarations by experts, anything else like that, that would suggest that every time someone is arrested, they're put in handcuffs. I mean, I'm not an expert in police procedure myself, but that seems unreasonable to me. And again, I haven't seen anything in the record on this case that says that's the way the police normally operate. And in fact, Mr. Gregor said, you know, let's work this out. After Officer Flores said, I'm going to have to arrest you, Mr. Gregor said, can't we just work this out? And Flores said, no, put the handcuffs on him and put him in the car. And I will note there was my colleague said something about the tightening of the handcuffs, and he referenced one section in the ER, but there's another section, 140 to 141. This is the deposition of Mr. Gregor, where he said, you know, what did Officer Flores do after you asked him if he could loosen the handcuffs? And Gregor said he tightened them. That's page 140 of the ER. So there's clear testimony from Mr. Gregor that he believed, at least from his perception, that the handcuffs were tightened. And we did cite several cases, you know, if you want to talk about clearly established law, there's several cases that say tightening of handcuffs when it's not justified can qualify as excessive force. I don't think that's really a disputed point of law. I don't think you need a specific case that says if a police officer, CHP officer arrests a firefighter and tightens the handcuffs, that can be excessive force. I think you can extrapolate the general principle that that's going to be excessive force in this circumstance. So again, I don't agree with the idea that this is ordinary procedure, and I haven't seen anything in this case or elsewhere that suggests that it is. I'm getting short on time, so the one other aspect I wanted to very briefly address, you know, the state has appealed all of the state law causes of action related to this claim as well, and as we've argued, I don't believe this court should exercise jurisdiction to consider those claims. This is an interlocutory appeal on qualified immunity. It's not an appeal after a final judgment where those things are generally going to be thought of. And the test for qualified immunity and the test for liability under the Bain Act, Civil Code 52.1 or assault and battery, things like that are different. So resolving the qualified immunity issue doesn't resolve those particular claims. And so I would say regardless of the outcome on that the court should remand the state law claims. So I believe, it looks like my time is about up. Again, on the qualified immunity, just to get back to the arrest very briefly, I believe the law is clear by statute. We don't need a case that's addressed this particular circumstance. I'll admit there isn't one, but the statute itself says that you have to do this consultation. Again, there may be some circumstances where that becomes confusing or an issue. This case is not one of them. There was no consultation at all. No consultation does not equal some consultation under any structure. So with that, I'll take a seat unless there are any questions.
Curiosity question.
Yes.
CHP is like a state police officer. They're the top guns.
Right.
And
correct.
Fire department was Chula Vista.
Yes, that's
They're the
correct.
Little guys.
They are the little guys.
So these are some big bad guy police officers use bad guy in the wrong context, I'm sure. They're the head honchos on this scene, so to speak, and that's the way they acted. From your perspective. Right.
Our perspective, yes, is correct. That Officer Flores basically marched on the scene. He didn't talk to Officer Kalunga at all. You know, they referenced this collective action.
Kalunga CHP too?
Kalunga CHP also, right. So Kalunga gets there first. He tells a couple people to move their trucks, they do. He tells a couple more people to move their trucks, they don't. Flores overhears that. He marches on and says, get your trucks out of here. Doesn't talk to Kalunga, doesn't ask them, you know, what are you doing with the patients? How can we get this done? He overhears that and he immediately takes command and says, move, get out, I'm in control. And that's the end. All right, so I'm gonna take my seat.
Clean my robe.
Mine is here. Mine is here.
You dispute his characterization?
Of which part, Your Honor?
Of the CHP being the big guys on the block and they acted like it?
I dispute. Actually, no. I think they do have a different set of interests. I think they do have a different perspective on the scene and the nature of the risk to passing motorists that a reasonable firefighter might have a different perspective on. I think that as between reasonable CHP officers, reasonable firefighters, I think they are going to look at it in different ways. Counsel referred a lot to disputed facts. We're not relying on disputed facts or disputed issues of fact.
So do you contend that Flores actually consulted with Gregor?
Not exactly. We're not saying that he consulted or didn't consult, because that would be a disputed issue of fact. What we're saying is based on the undisputed facts, that's Fact 63, Appellate Record 59, Fact 64, Appellate Record 59 also, that he overheard Officer Kulunga talking to them.
Right. But doesn't he have a mandatory duty under that one statute that says he shall consult?
Yes, and what we're saying is
Don't you have to prove at trial that he consulted?
No, we don't, because it just has to be clear to every single reasonable officer beyond debate that that was not consultation to lose qualified immunity. Or stated differently, as long as a reasonable officer could
believe that that was consultation? Okay, that's what you have to show.
Yes, and so we don't need to go to trial for that.
A reasonable officer could think that ordering the firefighter to move the truck constituted consultation.
Yes, it would have to be beyond debate. And because we don't have a definition of consultation, it's not beyond debate.
You can't use the ordinary definition of consultation? Like just look at the dictionary?
Well, if we use the ordinary definition, which is to seek information and advice from, then Officer Flores overheard Officer Kulunga asking the group why they had not yet moved their engine. So he's seeking advice from them, or not seeking advice, seeking information from them, which is the normal definition of consultation. So a reasonable officer could believe that was consultation, whether or not, as a factual matter at trial, that turned out to be consultation. So that's our point. And counsel admits there's no case on point here. Now, he says...
So I'm just curious, because Judge Gold said something that puts this sort of in a perspective for me, which is, look, you guys, your clients are both, they're supposed to be cooperating at the scene of this accident to ensure the public safety and the health of the people involved in the accident. Why can't you guys just resolve this, settle this? I mean, it seems like you're spending a lot of money fighting this when, I mean, you're not fighting for some grand principle here. You're not opposed to each other, really.
Right. This is so. We quote Davis v. Scherer in the briefing, and Davis v. Scherer has a good answer to that question. And if I may quote, the officials are subject to a plethora of rules, often so voluminous, ambiguous, and contradictory, and in such flux that the officials can only comply with or enforce them selectively. In these circumstances, officials should not always err on the side of caution. These situations develop rapidly. It's happening at night. There's a lot of there's patient care going on. There's concern about what's going on in the freeway, and there isn't necessarily an opportunity to have the full, robust consultation we might want post hoc. So, looking at the scope of discretion here, we just have to ask: could a reasonable officer? Is it beyond debate that a reasonable officer could have taken these actions? Well, yes, we have that. We have that situation because there's no case law in point, as they admit.
You don't want this because there'll be some case law on the point, do you?
So this court has discretion to decide the first prong issue as well. Under the first prong, because we say that a reasonable officer could believe that consultation happened, that's all you need for probable cause is a reasonable belief. You don't have to be actually 100% accurate. A more prudential or more conservative way to handle this would be only under the second prong, because as the Supreme Court has warned, highly idiosyncratic factual circumstances do not always create the best law, do not always create the best rules.
Okay. Counsel, I have a question for you, and I guess my question would go to your friend on the other side of the case as well. Is there any chance here that if we deferred submission in the case temporarily to let both parties decide if they both wanted to mediate voluntarily, that this case could go away? In other words, would your office want us to give that option to the two parties? Or would you prefer that the court give you a ruling that says when there's a dispute between police and fire personnel, one side or the other wins?
Your Honor, we are always interested in taking advantage of ADR options when they may produce a result that's more efficient and in the interests of the people of the state of California. I have understood prior statements by counsel for Mr. Gregoire to state that they would not be interested in getting rid of this case unless there was a certain very public, very transparent sort of rulemaking activity. They may have changed their perspective on that. That's what we've understood from
Judge Gold is talking about referring you to the Ninth Circuit Mediation Unit. Have you been contacted by them to mediate this case yet, or?
So I'm actually not sure factually the exact circumstances what happened with the mediation procedure there. Because I came onto this case recently through a change in counsel, so I apologize for not knowing that, Your Honors. I will again state that we're always interested in ADR options.
I don't know if they contact the parties in every case or not, but your side would be interested in mediation, I'm hearing, if Gregoire was also interested.
Yes, Your Honor. And yes, so to be specific, deferring the decision here in favor of giving us an opportunity to mediate, yes, we would be interested. If that doesn't happen, we remain confident that they admit there's no case on point. There's no case on point that decides the second prong of the qualified immunity issue.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robinson, would you be interested in perhaps participating in mediation before our mediation unit?
I believe so, Your Honor. I'm perhaps not the right person to ask about that. I'm principally the appellant lawyer, but I do understand kind of how the case has proceeded. And it is my understanding that there may, I can't disclose too much in the way of settlement discussions. I understand there have been settlement discussions, and there may have actually been a mediation already. I'm not sure. It was our understanding that the case essentially was settled, and again, I don't want to represent something that may or may not be correct, but it's my belief at least that the CHP is the one that has pushed this appeal forward. We're always interested in settlement talks and trying to make this go away, and I think we've really tried to do that before having to go through all the briefing and everything else like that. I don't know what the appropriate process would be at this stage, but yes, I think we would be happy to accept deferred briefing or deferred ruling.
Counsel, I think the normal type of order that we enter in some cases would be an order to the parties that would ask them to advise if they both wanted to mediate, or we'd have the mediation office contact the parties, and we'd say that submission was deferred until the parties had time to respond to that, and that if they wanted to mediate, then we'd defer submission until the conclusion of the mediation.
I believe that'd be absolutely appropriate, yes.
And then whenever we knew that it wasn't going to be mediated, then we'd proceed to develop and issue an opinion.
Yes, Your Honor. We would be open to that, certainly.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Gregoire versus CHP and Flores is submitted, and this session of the court is adjourned for today. Thank you both.
Following this oral argument, the case was referred to mediation, which is a process in which a neutral third party assists the parties in reaching a voluntary settlement. A Ninth Circuit mediator was assigned to schedule a conference to explore whether the parties could resolve the issues in dispute without the court issuing a decision on the appeal. And on June 14th, 14, 2018, the case was dismissed after the parties reached an undisclosed settlement, bringing the litigation to a close without a ruling from the Ninth Circuit on the qualified immunity question. The resolution of this case through mediation rather than an appellate decision offers a useful lens through which to examine the role of alternative dispute resolution in the court system. Mediation and other forms of alternative dispute resolution can serve as efficient and practical tools for resolving litigation, saving the parties from the time, expense, and uncertainty of continued court proceedings. In this case, both parties ultimately determined that a negotiated settlement would serve their interests better than awaiting a decision from the Ninth Circuit. However, the efficiency of that resolution has consequences beyond the parties themselves. Because the court never issued a ruling on Officer Flores's qualified immunity argument, the legal questions at the center of this appeal, including what level of quote-unquote consultation is required between law enforcement and emergency medical personnel on the scene of an accident, remain unresolved as a matter of binding precedent. For future litigants facing similar disputes at the intersection of law enforcement scene management authority and the treatment of patients by emergency medical personnel, the absence of a judicial ruling means that the governing legal framework in this area continues to lack the clarity that only appellate decision-making can provide. This case demonstrates an ongoing tension in the legal system, as the out-of-court resolution of individual disputes, while often the most favorable outcome for the parties involved, can leave unresolved the broader legal questions that courts alone have the authority to definitively answer. Let us know if there is a case or courtroom interaction that you'd like us to explore in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe so we can help foster a more informed society.
Itachi is one of those characters that, when you look with hindsight at his actions, things get very interesting because there's always a double meaning to everything he does. This is in full display during his very first appearance in the story, soon after Orochimaru killed the third Hokage and attacked the Leaf Village. Konoha was in shambles, in a very precarious position that it hadn't been for a long time in its history, and this is when Itachi appears in the village once once more. We see the intimidating figure of himself and Kisame wearing those weird-looking robes with red clouds, and of course, Itachi's Sharingan overlooking the destroyed village, saying that, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen. They were at the peak of their strength, and now they look pathetic." Back in the day, we didn't know the specifics of everything that happened during the Uchiha clan massacre, but we knew about Sasuke's backstory, that he wanted to destroy his own brother, and Itachi showing up there just as the Leaf Village was attacked was something that increased the tension in the story dramatically. Obviously, everybody thought Itachi brother, and Itachi showing up there just as the Leaf Village was attacked was something that increased the tension in the story dramatically. Obviously, everybody thought Itachi was up to no good, and we were excited to see what was going to happen to Naruto and Sasuke in that situation. This worked great for the story, but thinking about Itachi's perspective here, he had his reasons for returning. Unbeknownst to us, he was working for the Leaf the entire time and had this massive layered plan to help the Leaf Village fight against the Akatsuki, making sure that he wouldn't capture the Nine Tails, protecting Sasuke from Danzo, and also keeping his cover intact within the Akatsuki as a spy for the Leaf Village. So let's go over the entire plan Itachi had for his return to the Leaf, his thought process behind his moves, and how he implemented them. The first thing we have to analyze about Itachi's appearance here is the timing of it. It's very well timed with the destruction or almost destruction of the Leaf Village. They are extremely vulnerable, they do not have a Hokage active, and several of their ninjas have died during Orochimaru's attack. If you look at it from the perspective of an Akatsuki member that's trying to capture a tail beast, this is the perfect time to attack a village and infiltrate the place. So Itachi's decision to do this now is perfect, and it aligns itself with the cover that he needs to maintain in the Akatsuki as a faithful member that's trying to capture the Nine Tails and fulfill the plans of the organization. The Akatsuki members seem to have a very nice degree of freedom when it comes to when or how they are to capture their tail beasts. It seems as though as long as they do the job, it's fine. They can do it through any means necessary, and nobody's gonna bat an eye at Itachi infiltrating the village when they are at a such weakened state. But the timing is also important to consider. Itachi's main motivation really to return at this point in time, which was the fact that Hiruzen had just died and he was the only man guaranteeing Sasuke's safety in the Leaf Village, so he needs to remind Danzo who's really in charge and intimidate him so that nothing really happens to Sasuke. I mean, who knows what Danzo could do if he got greedy, maybe try to snatch Sasuke's Sharingan before Orochimaru even attempts to collect Sasuke's body, but because Danzo is so utterly terrified of Itachi, and we see this in the Danzo vs Sasuke fight, when Danzo sees this genjutsu hologram of Itachi, he is very afraid. Even though he knows it's not real, he can't help himself but to shiver. And here, when Itachi returns, this is a message to Danzo, and as Obito puts in later when he's explaining everything to Sasuke, it was as though Itachi was saying to him, "I am alive. Don't mess with my younger brother." Don't you think it's a little weird that Danzo, the man who's always wanted to be the Hokage, wouldn't try to get the position right after Hiruzen has died and they don't really have a suitable candidate? I mean, they had Jiraiya, but Jiraiya literally turned them down, and then Jiraiya took over a month to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village. And this time, Danzo could have taken over via a coup or maybe even by maneuvering himself politically in the village, but he never tries anything, and that's most likely because he was completely terrified of Itachi, because Itachi literally showed up in the village, something that Danzo really didn't want to happen at all. So as long as Itachi lived, Danzo wouldn't touch Sasuke and wouldn't also try to do anything funny to the Leaf Village, because Itachi was its silent protector in a sense. So the Leaf being very heavily damaged and also Hiruzen having died during this point in time were two coincident events that Itachi used to his advantage, maintaining his Akatsuki cover while also making sure Danzo gets the message. And when Itachi arrives in the Leaf Village at the specific time, of course, Danzo will notice things and he knows what's up. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with Sasuke, but also, the Akatsuki's not gonna think it's weird that Itachi chooses this moment because it makes sense for you to attack a village when they are weaker. But Itachi's plan here goes way beyond just telling Danzo to chill out. Itachi's mission as an Akatsuki spy was to protect the Leaf Village from them, and of course Itachi knew that the Nine Tails was one of the most important assets of the village, and it would be very dangerous if the Akatsuki got their hands on it. From the Akatsuki's perspective, Itachi was going to the Leaf to capture the Nine Tails. However, Itachi's true intentions here were to make sure the Nine Tails wouldn't be captured while making it seem as though he was doing his best to capture it to maintain his cover as a spy. Something else Itachi had to do during his visit in the Leaf Village was to inform them that the Akatsuki is very dangerous, they're problematic, and you have to take this threat very seriously. It's very likely that Itachi was the one who volunteered himself to capture the Nine Tails to make sure the Nine Tails wouldn't actually be captured, and as Itachi was a former member of the Leaf Village, Bane probably thought it was a good idea to have this guy who knew the secrets of the place to go and capture the Nine Tails for the Akatsuki. So how did he go about doing these things after infiltrating the village here? Well, the first thing Itachi and Kisame do in the infiltration is to go to a tea shop and drinking some tea very casually as their very flamboyant Akatsuki robes flap through the wind. Don't you think it's weird that the two guys that are infiltrating the village to capture their most important assets would think about going to a restaurant and drink tea as the first order of business after their infiltration and not try to disguise themselves at all? The Akatsuki robes and hats are very recognizable and different pieces of clothing. It's obvious that they would be noticed, right? And this is exactly what happens. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai notice that something is up, like those two guys are weird and they're probably doing some shady stuff in our village, so let's go and take care of that. Asuma and Kurenai go check the situation out as Kisame and Itachi flee the tea shop in a very, well, stealthy way, but in a very obvious way as well, because, oh, we were talking about a very strange thing that's going on here and those two weird guys in there, and now they vanished. I wonder why. Well, it's because Itachi definitely let himself get caught on purpose, going to a place he knew they would be spotted very easily and not even trying to disguise himself. Looking at things from Kisame's perspective here can be a little tricky because he was probably thinking like, why is Itachi doing these things? Why are we being so conspicuous here? But Kisame probably chucked that up to Itachi being a psychopath and just doing things very strangely. I mean, it's kind of in character for Itachi's persona he's portraying in the Akatsuki to have a nice tea in the middle of the village where he slaughtered his entire clan. So even though it's not the most optimal thing, Kisame must be thinking, yeah, Itachi is kind of crazy, and obviously Itachi was calling the shots during the entire mission here, so Kisame's just going along with it. But because Itachi let themselves get spotted, they would have to fight soon after they infiltrated the Leaf Village, and this is a good thing because the sooner they have to fight against an enemy, the sooner Itachi can leave the place. And as the Leaf Village identifies the threat early on, this gives them a massive advantage where they can fight Itachi and Kisame before they find out Naruto's whereabouts, and they cannot go after the Nine Tails. So Itachi and Kisame are confronted by Asuma and Kurenai, and Itachi knows that Kisame can fold both of them in half in a very short time. Kisame no-diffs Asuma and Kurenai, and now if you put Itachi on top of this fight, then there's no way Kurenai and Asuma are doing anything, and this is pretty bad for Itachi. He has to find an excuse not to kill them, because this would be the last thing Itachi wants, to kill more Leaf Ninjas. So Itachi definitely takes his sweet long time, slowly undoing the buttons on his Akatsuki robe, letting the wind hit his hair as he stands menacingly in there and has a lengthy conversation with Asuma and Kurenai, essentially buying the Leaf Village time for more reinforcements to arrive at the scene, because as it stands here, there's not much of a reason for Itachi and Kisame to fall back, because they can absolutely destroy Asuma and Kurenai and keep going with their mission. As things think about this a little bit critically. If Itachi actually wanted to infiltrate the village and was taking optimal steps to capture the Nine Tails, if he was spotted by two Jonins here that he knows he's vastly stronger than, he should immediately kill them as fast as he can, and he would be able to do so if he wanted to very quick, hide their corpses, and keep on with the mission, infiltrating the village and hiding their presence. But no, he talks to them, making it seem Itachi is this edgy psycho that's heartless and that just returned to his village after slaughtering his clan. And having this attitude here is a good thing because that's the persona he's adopted, is this psychopath that killed his entire clan so that Kisame doesn't get suspicious of anything because, oh no, yeah, Itachi's acting in character. He's taunting the Konoha Jonins here, that makes sense. But eventually Itachi can no longer just keep talking and the fight begins. The two Akatsukis versus the two Jonins. And look at how Itachi fights here. He is very passive. Kisame engages Asuma in some sword exchanges, but Itachi's just standing there as Kurenai uses her genjutsu, striking Itachi with it. And think about this for a second. He lets himself get hit by the genjutsu. He is one of the most skilled Uchihas of all time with a Sharingan. He could have blocked that genjutsu effortlessly, but no, he decides, I am gonna let her hit me, and I'm gonna use genjutsu reversal. First, so that, well, it buys them a little bit extra time so that she can actually make the genjutsu happen, taking a little bit more time, and also because I have to show the capabilities of the Akatsuki to these people. I am going to humiliate their genjutsu specialist with genjutsu. So he reverses Kurenai's genjutsu, and, well, there's a very obvious situation here that if Itachi wanted to kill Kurenai, he could have. It's when he rushes towards her and slashes with a kunai, but Kurenai ducks and Itachi just cuts her hair. It would have been very easy for him to kill her here. I mean, it's very obvious that he missed on purpose and then just kicked her into the water anyway. But still, he gets the upper hand on Kurenai. Otherwise, Kisame would have found this way too weird if Itachi was stalemating her or anything like that. So luckily for Itachi, before he has to do something more drastic to Kurenai, Kakashi shows up, protecting Asuma and Kurenai in the process. And that's a very good thing because I need more ninjas to come here so that I have an excuse to fall back with Kisame, otherwise it's gonna be weird. And Itachi knows Kakashi is a level above Kurenai and Asuma, so he takes the fight ever so slightly more seriously and finesses Kakashi and Kurenai with the exploding shadow clone. But even still, we know with the power of hindsight that Itachi is going very easy on them. And Kakashi himself acknowledges that, saying to Kurenai and Asuma that, oh, you haven't seen anything this guy could do yet. He was an Ambu captain at 13 years old, be very careful. And this is when Itachi notices an opportunity to do two important things at the same time. First, show the absolutely insane power the Akatsuki has, and second, make an excuse so they can leave. And this is why Itachi activates Tsukiyomi, hitting Kakashi with it. At that point of the story, Kakashi was one of the most famous ninjas in the world and definitely in the Leaf Village. A lot of people remark how powerful this guy is, not just from the Leaf Village, but from all around the world. He's known as the copy ninja, the Sharingan guy. So what Itachi accomplishes here is destroying the guy that's famous for using his Sharingan with his own special ability of the Sharingan. Effectively stating that if you think you know what you're dealing with, the Akatsuki, you are wrong. You don't know anything. You should be very careful and afraid and take every single protective measure you can think of. Because Itachi essentially KOs Kakashi in a millisecond here. But using Tsukiyomi on Kakashi is actually much more brilliant than it seems on the surface, because Itachi can maintain the sadistic persona that he has, keeping his cover in the Akatsuki as Kisame notices what Itachi is doing and he's like, oh boy, he's going for it. That's pretty rough. He's torturing Kakashi, isn't he? He really likes to torture people and do all those types of sadistic things. And this is also important for the Leaf Village as well, because the Leaf Ninjas have to also think Itachi is a sadistic maniac that killed his entire clan for his spy thing to work out. Furthermore, Kisame knows that Tsukiyomi and the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's a very taxing ability that requires a lot of chakra and it puts a lot of strain on Itachi's eyes. So Itachi here has a good excuse to call call for a retreat, and it's not going to be weird for Kisame that Itachi is doing it because after all he used his special eye powers that are very taxing. And Itachi would have called for a retreat here, but something unexpected happens. Before Kakashi completely loses consciousness from the Tsukiyomi attack, he reveals to the Akatsuki duo that he knows why they are in the Leaf Village and that he knows of their goals to capture the Nine Tails. Probably not the smartest move Kakashi ever did, but the guy was tortured for 3 days non-stop, so he was probably very groggy anyways. And this is a big no-no for the Akatsuki. They has to keep their secrets in this part of the story, so Itachi orders Kisame to take them down. He tells Kisame to erase Kurenai and Asuma and capture Kakashi alive, so they can question him or do whatever the Akatsuki does to people that knows their information. Itachi had to do that so he wouldn't break character because it's something Kisame would expect him to do. This is the point where Itachi's plan could have failed. Now, he probably expected that Asuma and Kurenai would be able to hold Kisame off for a little bit longer than nothing at all and stall him so that reinforcements could arrive so that Itachi could say, yeah, let's retreat. Fortunately for him, this is what happens. Guy shows up, kicks Kisame, protecting Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, and Guy even says that, okay, I've informed the Anbu Black Ops of what's going on here. They're gonna come in hot, and they're gonna capture Itachi and Kisame. So this is the perfect cue for Itachi to call for a retreat. The entire Anbu Black Ops is converging on their location. Might Guy, as Shinobi Itachi knows is very powerful, has arrived. Itachi has used Tsukiyomi, is very taxed on chakra, so yeah, it's a good thing that this happens here because Itachi can finally retreat without causing any major suspicion on the part of Kisame. Kisame abides, and they flee the village. So with this, Itachi manages to successfully warn Danzo that I am still alive, don't mess with Sasuke. Make sure that himself and Kisame are chased away from Konoha before they can find Naruto, and shows the power of the Akatsuki to the Leaf Village, and that they should take this threat seriously. Essentially playing 4D chess here, and it doesn't end here! Itachi still has a lot of stuff to do before they can call it quits from the Leaf Village attack. There's the entire thing with Jiraiya, and the thing about Jiraiya, I like to think that Itachi is Jiraiya's informant, because Jiraiya, he seems to know a lot of stuff about the Akatsuki. He tells Kakashi about their goals when he arrives to the Leaf Village, and where does he get that information from? Is the Akatsuki leaking information to mafia bosses, or to other people that use their services as mercenaries before? Because, man, I wouldn't think that they would tell a lot of information about the organization other than the basics. Jiraiya knows much more than the basics, so I like to think Itachi puts a couple of weirdos under a genjutsu and then they deliver this information to Jiraiya as informants, but it's Itachi all along. But at least the exchange in the Leaf Village worked well for Itachi. However, if he gave up here, well, it wouldn't feel as though he tried his best to capture the Nine Tails, right? I mean, they're infiltrating one of the greatest villages in the shinobi world. They're expected to fight some tough battles, and they had a bit of a fight here, but it wasn't anything too major. So Kisame would probably think it was kinda weird that Itachi would just give up right here after they retreat from the village. So in order to maintain his cover in the Akatsuki, Itachi and Kisame still have to pursue Naruto, and they eventually find him because, well, Naruto was actually traveling to another place outside of the Leaf Village, which kinda defeated the purpose of Itachi having to retreat so that they wouldn't find out about Naruto's location. And this could have been very bad if Naruto wasn't being accompanied by Jiraiya. And this is a very good thing for Itachi because Jiraiya is more famous than Kakashi himself, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, which makes Kisame very apprehensive about their chances of fighting against Jiraiya here. And this is great for Itachi as well because Kisame starts to say, oh, he's one of the 3 legendary Sannin, I'm just a 7-ninja swordsman, I have no chance against this dude. Even if you might be able to take him down, I'm not so sure about my chances. And this mindset from Kisame's part is just perfect for Itachi because Itachi says, no, yeah, you're right, he's dangerous. Even if I were to fight against him, we would probably both die, and I don't want that to happen. This would serve to put Kisame even more on edge so that it discourages Kisame from fighting Jiraiya at all should they encounter each other. It makes sure that Kisame will get the hell out of there whenever Itachi Itachi says so if they encounter Jiraiya without really questioning too much, and it allows Itachi to approach this quote-unquote capture of the Nine Tails in a way that it will not work. Because the last thing Itachi wants here is to actually fight Jiraiya and risking wounding or even killing him, because let me be very honest with you guys, and you may not like this, but Itachi absolutely folds Jiraiya. If they were to fight seriously, Jiraiya would have absolutely no chance. If Jiraiya uses Sage Mode, he still cannot compete against a base Sharingan Itachi. So not fighting Jiraiya here, an important ninja that can be very helpful for the Leaf Village, is paramount for Itachi's plan, because he cannot kill this guy and he has to make sure that the Akatsuki will still respect Jiraiya to make sure they will be intimidated by him whenever he is around Naruto, so they wouldn't even try to capture Naruto if they even come across them. So Itachi really uses the name of the three legendary Sannin, which is ridiculously overpowered in universe. I mean, Orochimaru says that he has absolutely no chance against Itachi, and that's why he's pursuing Sasuke. And we saw Orochimaru dealing with the Hokage of the Leaf Village, implying that, yeah, Itachi is beyond the level of Hiruzen here. So if he really wanted to, he could have easily killed Jiraiya, but hopefully this is not what's gonna happen, right? For the sake of Itachi's own mission and the protection of the Leaf Village. So knowing that Kisame was already pretty spooked by Jiraiya's name and recognition, Itachi hypes him up even more and says, oh yeah, he's too powerful, like if we fought I would die and he would die as well, maybe. But there probably are some ways that we can deal with him, because everyone has their weaknesses. And then when they eventually fail to capture the Nine Tails, the Akatsuki wouldn't really bat an eye, because, oh okay, Jiraiya was with Naruto, it makes sense why you didn't succeed, and it's a good thing you got out of there quick. You know, it's not good if we lost two valuable members of the organization. Itachi's plan to try and quote-unquote capture the Nine Tails here is to distract Jiraiya by putting a woman under a genjutsu, a woman that very much attracts Jiraiya's attention, distracting him from his mission to protect Naruto, leaving Naruto in the hotel alone by himself. Eventually, Jiraiya would obviously notice that the woman was under a genjutsu and would return to go and protect Naruto, noticing something was wrong and that he was tricked. Because Jiraiya is not dumb. And when Jiraiya appears on the scene, this is when Itachi and Kisame would retreat, keeping Itachi's cover intact because he tried his best to capture the Nine Tails, but Jiraiya's here, so there's nothing we can do, making sure the Nine Tails is not captured in the process. So it's very clear that when Itachi and Kisame go to Naruto's room to capture him, Itachi also once more takes his sweet long time to go about doing things. I mean, he's knocking on the hotel door. Why would you have to knock? Itachi can just kick the door down and capture Naruto very quickly if he wanted to. But he knocks and waits for Naruto to come and open the door for him. I mean, his baby's very polite, and Kisame would be expecting him to do that, but it's very clearly a stalling tactic to give Jiraiya more time to appear here so that Itachi can run away without Naruto. Luckily, Itachi manages to keep Naruto calm for the most part so that Kisame doesn't really overreact and tries to cut his legs or something like that, which he even says later when Naruto begins to stir up some trouble. The problem is that there is one big or small miscalculation in Itachi's plans, and it's the fact that his little brother Sasuke Uchiha shows up here. It's not something Itachi was expecting, and it wasn't even something Itachi wanted to deal with right now. I mean, just think about the emotional pain Itachi is going through right now. He is seeing the person he loves the most, and Sasuke wants to kill him dead. But also, Sasuke is obviously not strong enough to do anything against Itachi. It's actually a very dumb thing that Sasuke is doing right here. He has no chance in hell to scratch Itachi or Kisame for that matter. And Itachi had an entire plan laid out for Sasuke involving himself in the future, but right now, this is the worst possible thing to happen. Nevertheless, Sasuke is here, and he recklessly attacks an S-class rogue ninja with his Chidori, screaming his lungs out. What could go wrong, right? Like, imagine if this was somebody else from the Akatsuki and not somebody that actually wanted to protect Sasuke. Sasuke would be dead here. So Itachi has to teach him a lesson, not only so that Sasuke learns what he's dealing with, but also because he has to maintain his psychotic facade to Kisame, which would be expecting Itachi to do something pretty insanely cruel to Sasuke. And while doing that, maybe I can prompt my little brother to become stronger, fueling his hatred, which is what a awakens the power of the Sharingan. So Itachi absolutely spanks Sasuke, which makes Naruto very pissed. He tries to pull from his Nine Tails chakra, but Kisame has none of that, and he's about to cut off Naruto's limbs, but luckily that's when Jiraiya arrives, saving the day. Now Itachi's next step is probably the most contentious one in this entire plan, and it's the fact that he put Sasuke under Tsukuyomi, this very powerful genjutsu that renders Sasuke unconscious for a long time. Some people may say that this is way too cruel and it doesn't make sense for Itachi to do that if he really loves Sasuke, but actually there are reasons behind it, and yes, Itachi was probably misguided doing so, but it's very clear that the Tsukuyomi he uses against Sasuke is very different from the one he used against Kakashi. First, because it's only a 24-hour Tsukuyomi, not a 72-hour, much more mild, and also because he's not torturing Sasuke with physical pain, he's showing what happened during the day of the massacre, which is something that's meant to fuel Sasuke's desire for revenge, prompting him to become more powerful, and that's what Itachi wants, so that eventually Sasuke will be able to quote-unquote kill Itachi and reclaim his title as a hero of the Leaf and keeping the reputation of the Uchiha clan intact. And yes, the Tsukuyomi here was probably what tilted Sasuke over the edge and made him join forces with Orochimaru, which is an unintended consequence. Still, when Jiraiya finally decides to act, he uses the frog stomach, and this is the perfect cue for Itachi to call for a retreat once more. He escapes the so-called unescapable frog stomach with the Matarasu, and now because he used yet another Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kisame very much knows, okay, Itachi is probably very tired now, it wouldn't make sense for us to keep attacking Naruto trying to capture the Nine Tails, and Jiraiya is also with him, so it would be very troublesome anyway, so let's retreat and try another day, or no, another year. So with this plan, Itachi fulfills every single objective he set out to accomplish. He made sure Danzo would acknowledge Itachi's presence and not try anything funny with Sasuke. He would make sure the Leaf Village knows about the strength of the Akatsuki, meanwhile protecting the Leaf Village from the Akatsuki, not capturing the Nine Tails, making sure the Akatsuki thinks Itachi tried his best to capture the Nine Tails, and an unintended part of the plan was to reinforce Sasuke's desire for revenge and to get stronger to protect him. All that without getting anyone killed in the process, which is pretty impressive. Watch this other video right here for more Itachi content. Also subscribe if you haven't already and like this video. It really helps me out with the YouTube algorithm. And thank you so much for watching, guys. Minato Namikaze died at only 24 years old, much before he achieved the natural prime of his shinobi career. After all, shinobis usually reach their prime at around their early 30s. Of course, this can vary from person to person, but obviously by the time of Minato's death, he hadn't yet reached that point, and yet he was already the 4th Hokage and considered to be one of the strongest ninjas that had ever lived. So how strong would this hypothetical Minato that reaches his full potential be? What could he have achieved? How would he fight? What kind of techniques would he develop? Let's find out in this video. Now, obviously, things here are gonna be speculative because, of course, Minato died, and so we can only imagine how he would be like afterwards. But oddly enough, I think you can make the argument that Minato would be at his prime around the time Naruto Part 1 starts if he hadn't died. Part 1 happens 12 years after Minato's death, so he would be around 36. And you may say, well, 36 is kind of old. Of course, you're gonna have more vitality in your 20s, but that's a pretty good age for you to have enough experience and acquired knowledge, as well as a good amount of vigor for you to combine those things and become a shinobi at the prime of his career. And why would that be so impactful for Minato, you may ask? Well, that's because of everything that happens to him when he is younger. He's said to be an unparalleled talent in the Leaf Village, the most talented shinobi that was ever born in Konoha. He holds the record for the fastest time of completion of the Forest of Death. When he was about 15 years old, we see in the Minato one-shot that he develops the Rasengan, an extremely powerful and complex jutsu for you to create. He's also a master of the Flying Raijin at that age, and he knows extremely powerful sealing jutsu that are Uzumaki techniques, the specialists in sealing jutsu. He's so good at them, actually, that when Minato reinforces the tetragram seal on Kushina so the Nine Tails stops breaking out of her, Kurama sees that and just thinks he's augmenting the tetragram seal in his own style, a most powerful shinobi. He's just like Hashirama, the first Hokage. Unbelievable. Now, a lot of people take this statement way too literally. Of course, 15-year-old Minato was not on the same level as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, the guy that was fighting against the majestic Ataru Susanoo with a 1,000-arm Buddha statue. Not even 24-year-old Minato, the one who died against Obito in the Nine Tails, was at Hashirama's level. But Kurama's statement or thought there symbolizes the potential Minato could reach eventually, that he could perhaps one day surpass the first Hokage and become the strongest shinobi of all time. After that, Minato pretty much soloed the Third Great Ninja War, albeit the Leaf Village didn't win it. It was fighting against several other major villages at the same time, the Cloud Village, the Stone Village. We don't know the status of the Sand and Mist villages when it comes to whether or not they were fighting against Leaf Village during the Third Great Ninja War. It feels like the Sand Village was not fighting against Leaf, but when it comes to the Mist, with everything they do, and their reputation, and the actions they take to capture in, even though, you know, there was Martyr's plan and everything, it was still something the Leaf would expect from the Mist Village, so obviously they weren't exactly friendly towards each other. It feels like the Mist was at least not the Leaf Village's ally in any shape or form. We also don't know if the smaller villages also participated, which is likely. After all, the battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War were in those smaller villages, and they would defend themselves. So Konoha was fighting a multi-front war, which is never easy, and yet Minato becomes this hero of the Leaf Village, the most powerful ninja in the battlefield. He has a flee on sight order, which is just really impressive, right? People usually tend to overlook this as just one of those hype statements from Minato. Oh yeah, flee on sight. But if you really think about what it means, if you see this guy in the battlefield, it doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what your mission is. It doesn't matter, like nothing matters. You have to drop everything and just leave because you have no chance of beating this guy whatsoever. And we see in the Kakashi Gaiden flashback that he takes care of an entire platoon of the Stone Village and he completely destroys them in the blink of an eye. Well, we technically don't see it because it happens off screen, but that's what one of the other Leaf Ninjas mentions to the other one when Minato's about to engage the enemy. He becomes the fourth Hokage, pretty much unrivaled when it came to his selection. The only other name that was thrown around was Orochimaru's, and Danzo was the only one supporting him, and he only reigns for about a year until his untimely death. Naturally, he was already very powerful, but what could he have accomplished? Well, if we take a look at things from an out-of-universe perspective, it's very clear that Minato was supposed to be the strongest ninja of all time in Naruto Part 1 when Kishimoto was writing it, by the way he was treated in-universe, and also by the way the first and second Hokage were portrayed. After all, they weren't exactly powerful in their battle against Hiruzen, especially when you compare them to what they actually do in Naruto Shippuden, and when you take a look at the statements of the Anbu watching the fight, oh my god, Tobirama's creating water out of nowhere, this truly is a Hokage level battle! It's quite obvious they were supposed to statements of the Anbu watching the fight, oh my god, Tobirama's creating water out of nowhere, this truly is a Hokage level battle! It's quite obvious they were supposed to be at the peak of their strength, and Minato was supposed to be the stronger one. So much so that Hiruzen was much more afraid of Minato's coffin than Hashirama's, but obviously, in hindsight, if Hiruzen knew that the power levels of Hashirama would be 1,000-arm Buddha statue-like, he would be more afraid of Hashirama, I would think. So throughout Naruto Part 1 and a bit of Naruto Shippuden, Minato was supposed to be that shinobi that nobody could surpass. Obviously, this is changed later. Kishimoto changed his mind. He makes Hashirama that guy, which I actually like better. But this really shows how Kishimoto thought about the character's construction and how strong he truly could have been. Also, Kurama's statement about Hashirama when Minato is resealing Kushina's seal there is definitely on purpose because of that connection. After all, Minato was supposed to be the strongest one, but then Hashirama became the strongest one. But now, in the one shot, I can just say that, oh, Minato had the same potential as the first Hokage, but he never really achieved it. It sort of bridges this gap between Minato in Part 1 and Naruto Shippuden, and their strengths sort of coalesce together into this what if Minato could have achieved his full potential. So what would he actually look like if Minato survived? What would he have learned? How strong would he be? Well, let's go over this in parts, starting with the most likely things that would happen, and then venturing into the realm of speculation. One thing we know Minato would have worked on if he had survived was the Rasengan. When Naruto learns the Rasen Shuriken, or should I say develops the Rasen Shuriken, Kakashi tells Naruto during the training that Minato couldn't finish his work on the Rasengan, that it was an incomplete jutsu, and now it was Naruto's task to complete the 4th Hokage's job. Of course, this is very thematic, with the son completing his father's jutsu, but naturally the Rasengan is the perfect jutsu for you to mix with nature energy. After all, it's a jutsu that only acquires change in shape, and according to Kakashi, it is the strongest possible change in shape. A very powerful, violent, and quick rotation. It's such a powerful change in shape that he matches, if not surpasses, Chidori/Raikiri, because the Raikiri has both a change in shape and a change in nature. The change in shape is a discharge change, and the change in nature is obviously lightning style. And when Naruto manages to fuse his nature transformation, his change in nature, into the Rasengan, which has the strongest change in shape, he creates the Rasen Shuriken, which is just a much more powerful jutsu than the regular Chidori or Raikiri, even though they both have the same changes. And I mean a change in shape and a change in nature, because the change in shape those jutsus have is different. Discharge for the Raikiri, rotation for the Rasengan. But because the Rasengan had a much more powerful change in shape, when you include the change in nature to it, it just becomes so much stronger. And you may say, well, but Naruto had to use an army of shadow clones to master the Rasen Shuriken. Each of those clones was training by itself, amassing training time so that Naruto could learn it so much faster. There was a technique Kakashi came up with for Naruto to essentially develop his first S-rank jutsu, and if it wasn't for that, he probably wouldn't have mastered the Rasen Shuriken. After all, it would have taken him years, probably. From the amount of clones he was using during every single phase of his training, from cutting the leaves, to cutting the waterfall, to finally mastering the wind-style Rasengan, to developing the Rasen Shuriken, the amount of training hours all those clones got together was probably pretty freaking insane. And Minato didn't have that capability. Sure, he could create shadow clones, but he never used them like Naruto does. Naruto can spam the jutsu. He overwhelms his opponents with shadow clones, and he also uses them for training. But Minato is going to use 1 or 2 shadow clones max, and he's going to use those
clicks
clones
out
to
a cheating girl at a party. Uh-oh, what's this?
Yo, what's good? Is this your girl?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, please send me.
She's going, bro.
It was.
She's busy. Appreciate you, clearing things up.
It was.
It gives you a little clarity, brother.
It does, bro. Now I gotta get on my looks maxing journey, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm glad I could help you out. That's what people were talking about. You know, it exposes. We're exposing the female nature here. Yeah. This is the best.
Exposing the female nature. I love how he's just talking shit at her, and she's just sitting there looking at him.
You couldn't tell with her that she was gonna be a hoe.
You couldn't tell with her that she was gonna be a hoe. Oh my god.
But I mean, they're pretty good. You have to break up with him. She told me she wanted to go to Miami single, so that should have been the first. I should have got.
She said that?
She wanted to go to Miami single? Bro, why do you do, like, what are you doing?
She said that?
Yeah, bro.
What? Now you get nothing. So get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my house. Take your phone, get the fuck out.
Damn.
Right now. Not joking. Out.
Based. Here's the reason why. A girl that would do that would probably put you in a bad situation. It's attention-seeking hoe behavior. And whenever you're in a position that's Twitch streamer Musa USA, who runs a hot dog stand in Baltimore, was robbed live on stream. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this. Let's get it. This just happened.
Yes, sir.
Life is simple. It's just not easy. Let me guess. You're about to rob the store?
Cheese steak. You want steak and cheese? Yes, sir. Okay, I have to clean the grill. I just finished the steak and cheese.
Take your time. No rush.
Okay. Sir, steak and cheese, you want everything?
Okay. Yeah.
Mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, everything?
No, I want everything.
Okay.
I want everything.
Okay. You want to pay tomorrow?
Yeah.
You can pay, is it like chili cheese hot dog is like, yeah, I am live streaming.
Oh, like, nah, I was looking. I was like, my face right there, the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, I am on live. And then also I share on Instagram. Is okay?
That's what's up.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You will see me on Instagram. You will see you on Instagram too.
That's turkey, isn't it?
Tomorrow.
Oh yeah, he's turkey for sure.
Can post it.
Well, TikTok.
Yes, TikTok, Instagram too. Listen, boss. Okay. Steak and cheese.
Yeah, steak and cheese. Everything on it.
Heavy meal.
Heavy mayo?
Heavy meal.
Oh! Bro, come and arrest this guy right now. Oh, that's nasty, man. Heavy mayo. Oh my God, what's wrong with him?
I think. Oh my gosh. It was slow today. I say let me go home. You guys keep coming. It was slow.
Be hungry, man. People be trying to eat.
This guy seems pretty
And
normal.
you got the best cheesesteaks on this side of town, so we coming.
He seems pretty normal.
You know, it is a weekend.
It's not this guy
Friday.
that did it, right?
So I need to
It's
go
gotta
to
be
Civis
somebody
Club,
else.
you
So
know?
you open tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
Tomorrow 11 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you getting up,
Yeah.
getting up early? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Turkish American citizen working a hot dog stand, living the American dream. That's right. See, there are plenty of immigrants that come to America and they are important, like valuable parts of the society. And there's other ones that start up fake daycares and they take care of their own kids and they get paid $1 million and they scam the government. So like there's a real spectrum there. Huge spectrum.
You like the onion, yes? Onion?
Yeah,
Onion.
All right.
Onion.
The live stream for the mass protest. I don't know. I'll look at that in a bit. I will.
Yeah.
How much is it so I know what to put in?
Sorry?
How much
Steak and cheese is $10.
10?
Yeah.
All right, give me a sec. Let me run my card. I'm about to say I want extra everything.
Okay, sir. Okay. He stole the money.
Wait, what?
Oh, 10 p.m.
Okay.
Wait, he
Yes,
stole
You
it?
getting up, you getting up early? Huh?
Yes, sir. You like the onion, yes? Onion?
Yeah, all right.
Oh my God. What a little fucking rat. And the worst thing about it is he came up acting all friendly and shit. That was crazy. He wanted a profit? Yeah. He wanted to get paid to eat a hot dog. This is insane. He said it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
How much is it so I know what to put in?
Sorry?
How much
Steak and cheese is $10.
10?
Yeah.
All right, give me a sec. Let me run my card. I'm about to say I want extra everything.
So he literally just grabbed the shit out there.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Oh my God.
He stole the money.
They say, who saw that? The chat's like,
Var mı yellow? Sanki parayı çaldı mı? Ben de anlamadım ya. Did he steal or not, guys?
He just stole?
I couldn't see. Anybody, guys?
See, this is why they gotta put plexiglass locks on everything in CVS, bro. They gotta lock everything up in the convenience store so he can't put something in his pocket. Like really, like think about this. Like we have to rethink the entire thing of a tip.
Okay.
Wait, he
Yes,
stole?
sir.
Useful things, but not to do that particular type of training. When Naruto asks Kakashi, "Oh, so that's how you've always been training, right, Kakashi-sensei? That's how you became so strong, using this Shadow Clone Army technique." Kakashi says, "Oh no, I've never done that before. I can't. I don't have enough chakra." And sure, Kakashi is sort of the guy that's known for having low chakra, but Minato is not exactly a massive well of chakra either. Sure, he has more chakra than somebody like Kakashi in the beginning of Naruto Shippuden, but he does not have the same reserves as an Uzumaki like Naruto. He actually tends to be very economic during fights when it comes to his chakra. Sure, you can say he spams the flying Raijin, but that jutsu doesn't feel like the type of jutsu that spends a lot of chakra unless you're teleporting something pretty massive. If Minato only teleports himself, one single teleportation probably doesn't spend anything really significant. Now, of course, something is gonna be spent, but Minato could use that jutsu pretty much all day and he would be fine. The difficulty of the jutsu lies elsewhere. It lies with the difficulty of just using it. and how much talent and training it takes. But we can see in several occasions, especially in Minato's fight against the 4th Raikage, or the future 4th Raikage, that he doesn't even use the Rasengan. He was pretty confident he would be able to shear through the Raikage's lightning cloak with his kunai, and also through Killer Bee, and he managed to cut through the entire tail of the 8 tails with his kunai, so I guess he had a point, but he was not using his Rasengan, and we know he had access to it. After all, he learned it when he was 15. So if he wasn't using his most powerful offensive jutsu against probably the most powerful opponents he would find in the battlefield, he would likely not use that very often. He would save his chakra. Now, during the night of Minato's death, he actually used a decent amount of jutsus. On top of using several flying Raijins to teleport himself and Kushina out of harm's way, Minato was resealing Kushina's seal when she was giving birth. He also teleported a massive Bijudama from the 9 tails, and that's gonna take more chakra because the thing is much bigger, and he also teleported the 9 tails itself, which is also very big. And after that, he even managed to use the Reaper Death seal and the Tetragram seal to seal the 9 tails into himself and Naruto. Now, by the time he was using the Reaper Death seal, he was saying he didn't have much chakra anymore, but still, that's a pretty decent amount of jutsu, so it's not as if Minato is chakraless or anything like that. He just doesn't have the same amount of chakra as Naruto, so he wouldn't use a Shadow Clone technique when it comes to training. So how would Minato develop his Rasengan? And would that be it, really? Would Minato just learn the Rasen Shuriken just like Naruto does? For the first question, yes. I think it's more than likely Minato would be able to develop his Rasengan further, even if he didn't use a Shadow Clone Army technique. And that's just because Minato is quite literally the most talented guy that was ever born in the Leaf Village. And yeah, Kakashi says it's extremely difficult for anybody to learn an S-rank jutsu, but ninjas learn S-rank jutsus, and they don't do so by using a Shadow Clone Army. Naruto's the only person who does that because he's capable of it, but it's possible to develop very hard jutsus the hard way, and Minato did that with the Rasengan itself, so it's likely he would be able to with the Rasen Shuriken, or, to answer the second question, maybe another version of the Rasengan, because I just don't see Minato Namikaze using the Rasen Shuriken. It's too big of a jutsu, and Minato is not that type of ninja. I just don't see him waving that massive shuriken above his head and tossing it away. It's much more likely that Minato would develop a jutsu that would synergize well with his flying Raijin technique, something he could combo with his most spammable and powerful jutsu. And the Rasen Shuriken really isn't something for that. It's a very powerful projectile jutsu, but Minato doesn't really fight like that. It would be very odd for him to have a jutsu like that. Not that it wouldn't be good in a few situations, but I think he would focus on something that would suit his arsenal much better and his fighting style as well. Now, Minato has access to 5 different nature transformations: fire style, wind style, lightning style, yin release, and yang release. It would make sense for him to add the nature transformation into the Rasengan, which he is the most comfortable and powerful with, so his main nature transformation. We don't know exactly what that is. However, because Minato's last name is Namikaze, which literally means wind wave, it's likely his most powerful and innate nature transformation is gonna be wind release as well. And because Naruto got wind style, and that's his main nature transformation too, it's likely he got from his parents, even though Kushina also knows wind style, as well as water style and yin release. And I know what you're gonna say. Oh, Minato is going to learn the vanishing Rasengan, like Boruto! Number 1, Boruto's not canon, so anything that happens there does not matter. Number 2, the vanishing Rasengan is an absolutely pathetic jutsu that barely dents a regular tree. Minato wouldn't want to learn trash like that. So what would he develop, assuming he would infuse wind style to his Rasengan? I actually have an idea. Minato's only problem he could face in battle would be somebody that simply tanks every single attack he deals. Because nobody can hit the guy. After all, he can teleport away, he's too fast to be caught in any sort of jutsu, and he also doesn't have a problem landing hits, because he can mark people and just tag them whenever he wants. He can pretty much blitz anybody in the verse, and even if they react to Minato, he's probably gonna be able to land hits anyways because he's gonna be faster and he can teleport. So the only real issue Minato could have in a battle is if someone is durable enough to sustain any attack Minato dishes out, which, to be fair, could be a concern for him. Not that Minato has weak attacks or anything. The Rasengan is strong. His kunai slashes seem to be pretty strong as well from the Raikage and B fight. But come on now, the Rasengan didn't kill Obito in the first hit that Minato landed. And obviously Minato was fighting to kill. He wasn't trying to hold back or anything. He thought that was Madara Uchiha. If he could have killed Obito in the first Rasengan strike, he would have. So there's somebody who already resisted Minato's strongest attack, at least when it comes to regular damage. And Obito wasn't even enhancing his durability with anything because Minato caught him after he stopped phasing, so there wasn't any chakra layer or anything protecting Obito like that. And sure, he lost an arm because of the Rasengan, but still, he survived. So Minato would probably develop a jutsu that would be more potent. And you could say, well, that would just be a variant of the Rasengan with wind style, but, you know, a smaller one. But no, I think Minato could be more creative than that. Because you know what wind style is very good at? Piercing and cutting things. It's the most sharp, quote-unquote, element in the whole nature transformation list. It's sharper than lightning style. And Asuma shows that to Naruto, how he enhances his own blades by infusing wind style to them. So what Minato could do, and maybe this would be breaking the rules of his own jutsu a bit, but he could reshape the Rasengan into this drop-like form, essentially forming a point in one of the Rasengan ends, the point that stays away from his own hand. Of course, the jutsu still spins with violent ferocity, but it's no longer spherical. It spins more like a drill. All the force of the jutsu concentrated on that very tip of the Rasengan, and to top that off, Minato infuses wind style to that Rasengan, which makes it so much more powerful. And I could see this jutsu breaking through pretty much any type of chakra armor. And once it hits, it could have devastating effects, because Minato would drill in order to bypass the armor, like the Raikage's lightning cloak, or maybe a Susanoo ribcage. And once the Rasengan lands on the target itself, on the person, it could explode outwards, like the wind style Rasen Shuriken, or do something else that's pretty crazy. Something much stronger than just a regular Rasengan could do. And can you just imagine what Minato would be able to do with a jutsu like that, using Flying Raijin in conjunction with it? Not that he would need to use the jutsu against many opponents, because his kunai slashes are going to be enough for most of them, but when he needs to, that jutsu would come in handy and probably make Minato nigh invincible. Another thing Minato could have done was to perfect his Sage Mode, and I recently made a video talking about why Minato's Sage Mode doesn't make a lot of sense. He never used it in battle before the war arc. He says it himself that he has a very weak Sage Mode, and that's more than likely because of his low chakra reserves. He cannot gather that much Sage energy, but maybe he could get a little better at it. That could overall enhance his powers. And if he survived, he would live much more with Kushina, meaning he would learn even more Uzumaki techniques. Perhaps he could even learn the adamantine chains that Kushina used to subdue the entire Nine Tails for a good while, even though there is an argument you can make that those chains can only be awakened by Uzumakis, because Karin just sort of uses them in the work because they awaken inside of her. She's desperate to save Sasuke. So maybe you have to be an Uzumaki to use that jutsu, but for most Uzumaki sealing jutsus, you don't have to be an Uzumaki. They're just Uzumaki hidden jutsus that the Uzumakis hide away, of course. But Minato knows several of them, including the Tetragram Seal and the Reaper Death Seal. Sure, this wouldn't be useful against fodder level opponents, but he could use it to tame other tail beasts if it came to that, for example. It would be very useful to deal against other Edo Tensei if Minato has to fight against Orochimaru when he tries to invade the Leaf Village or something like that. And with time, Minato would also get better at more standard shinobi things like taijutsu, sensory capabilities, because Minato was a sensory type, maybe genjutsu even. We never see Minato having to deal with genjutsu, but he was probably good at least not getting caught by it. But another important thing that I can see Minato improving upon is his Flying Raijin. And when I say improving upon, I don't mean that the jutsu is incomplete like the Rasengan was, but just coming up with different usages for it, and maybe even coming up with different varieties of the Flying Raijin, more large-scale varieties of the jutsu. And sure, Minato could already do most of those things in the war arc. He could teleport the 10 Tails, Tail Beast Bomb. He could teleport the entire alliance out of the explosion that Obito was going to create inside the 6th Crimson Ray formation. But that was because Naruto linked his chakra to the entire alliance, and then he linked his chakra to Minato, so Minato could be linked to the entire alliance, so he could teleport them all out. So he could already do several really large-scale jutsus with the Flying Raijin in the war, but perhaps he could start doing other things as well. Perhaps he could do what he and Tobirama had to do in conjunction to 10 Tails Obito, the Flying Raijin synchronization, in which Tobirama marked Jubito and Minato, then he touches Jubito, and then Minato and Jubito swap places, because at that time, Naruto and Sasuke hit Minato with their combination jutsu of the Rasen Shuriken and the Amaterasu, and when Minato swaps places with Jubito, then Jubito gets hit by it. It's very clever, but you need to synchronize two different users of Flying Raijin. Maybe maybe if Minato had more time to learn stuff, he could have actually developed the technique by himself, and then he could have used it with a shadow clone. And if Minato combined that with the previously mentioned wind-style drill Rasengan, it could have been very deadly, because Minato could fulfill all the steps that himself, Tobirama, Naruto, and Sasuke were fulfilling in the fight against Jubito. He could do the swap himself, and he could also do the hit with the Rasengan. And being so talented as well as so intelligent, Minato could definitely come up with things like that. Very clever strategies to deal with extremely powerful opponents. So would Minato eventually be able to surpass Hashirama, for example, if he reached this hypothetical prime of his? Well, when it comes to the sheer damage potential and raw power of jutsus, I would say definitely not. Minato would never have an attack as massive as a 1,000-arm Buddha statue, and he wouldn't even have something like the Wood Dragon or the Wood Golem, for example, but that's not really his style anyways. He would make up for it in how deadly he would be in the battlefield. Developing a jutsu like the Rasengan I mentioned that would essentially kill anyone that he hits would make him just a force to be reckoned with and dangerous to any shinobi, even somebody like Madara or Hashirama, simply because it's a jutsu that can bypass your defenses and hit you like a truck, and Hashirama's regeneration is not gonna cut it, especially if the Rasengan pierces you and explodes from the inside, for example. If you take a look at the other Kage in Naruto Part 1, if Minato was still the Hokage, we would have Raza, the guy that uses golden sand, Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and we see he's not much of a threat to KCM1 Naruto in the war arc. I mean, he was sort of annoying to deal with because there were several other Jinchuriki at the same time in Obito, but by himself, he would be no issue whatsoever, especially considering Minato would know other sealing jutsu, so even if the entire Three Tails came out, he would deal with it pretty easily. We have the 4th Raikage, and we saw how Minato was dealing with him in the war, and with its new improved jutsu, even the argument that, oh, he cannot bypass the Raikage's durability with his Rasengan or his kunai. His new Rasengan certainly would. A wind-style Rasengan that's made to pierce armor against lightning armor, which is weak against wind. Yeah, Minato's getting through that. You may say, well, no, but Naruto's Rasen Shuriken in the war couldn't get through the 3rd Raikage's armor. First of all, the 3rd Raikage's armor was better than the 4th Raikage's armor, and also the Rasen Shuriken was doing damage to the 3rd Raikage. People forget that, but the 3rd Raikage's Edo Tensei gets all cracked, and he has to regenerate from Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. It's because he was an Edo Tensei, but if he was the real, alive 3rd Raikage fighting against Naruto there, he would have taken damage, and if Naruto kept on using Rasen Shuriken on him, he would probably just die. And Minato's Rasengan there would be tailor-made to break through armor exactly like that, because there was Minato's only weakness. And then we have Inoki, who's really powerful and has particle style, which is really dangerous, but he's never hitting Minato with that, so Minato would be good. Like, what would Inoki do? He would fly, right? Okay, he can fly. It's difficult to reach a guy that can fly, even though Minato can toss kunais and teleport up. And then he could shoot particle style at Minato, but Minato can just teleport away. He's not gonna hit him with it. So he would by far be the strongest Kage in the generation. It wouldn't even be a contest. I mean, it wasn't even a contest when Minato was alive, so much less now with 12 more years of experience. And when it comes to the Akatsuki, yeah, I don't think they're lasting very long. Now, this hypothetical Minato would have dealt with Orochimaru's invasion of the Leaf Village very casually. Orochimaru would have needed full power Hashirama to try and deal with Minato in this situation here, not the very weak version he brought against Hiruzen. And of course, Minato wouldn't have to use the Reaper Death Seal to sacrifice himself in order to kill Orochimaru, or just seal his arms, which Hiruzen managed to do at the end because he wasn't able to pull Orochimaru's entire soul out. And the other Akatsuki members, Itachi is a spy, but it's likely that if Minato was alive, the Uchiha clan massacre wouldn't even have happened because Minato would have prevented it, and Minato could have gone after Obito if he survived the attack because he marked Obito, so he could have finished the Akatsuki much before that. And also, he was able to beat Obito pretty well when Obito was 14. Sure, Obito also gets stronger in his orange mask version, but this Minato would be much stronger, and he would know what to expect. Obito would know what to expect also, granted, but still, my money is still on Prime Minato for this one, and Nagato / Pain wouldn't have any chance whatsoever. He would have taken care of the Pain invasion very quickly because Minato would have set up several spots around the Leaf Village with flying Raijin marks, which he could jump from, you know, back and forth, find the paths of Pain, especially because he's also a sensory type, blitz them all very quickly. After all, they were getting blitzed by Konohamaru, for example. Naruto in Sage Mode was casually taking out paths of Pain and blitzing some of them with a single Rasengan, like the Asura path. path, and Minato's improved Rasengan, or just regular Rasengan, would be able to take care of it. And I mean, Naruto literally defeats the final path, the Deva path, with a regular Rasengan too. And because Minato's so fast, he could reach Nagato's location hidden in the tree very quickly as well. So yeah, it wouldn't be good for him. Nagato, that is. So yeah, overall, this Minato would be a monster. He could be compared to somebody like Hashirama. He would have very different powers and a very different scale, but in terms of how deadly he would be, probably at the same tier. He could become a ninja as famous as Hashirama. And if he had been alive, the Leaf Village wouldn't have many problems, to be honest. If you don't find out more about the Minato retcon, click on this video right here. It's a really cool one too. And please don't forget to like this video, subscribe if you haven't. Don't forget to ring notifications too. Those are important. It takes you 2 seconds to do it. So please do it. And thank you so much for watching.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it just seems like things keep getting more expensive. You know, I didn't expect to kind of make this video, but I saw this thing from PlayStation starting April 2nd, 2026, literally a few days later. They're deciding to jack up them PlayStations again. I think this is probably the worst generation of PlayStation that I've actually seen. You know, we started in 2020, you know, during the whole pandemic thinking, all right, you know what? New PlayStations are coming out. Things were kind of expensive back then. You know, I believe the PlayStation launched at like $500, like flat. And now if we look at the actual price for it, $649 American. Now, of course, if you buy that digital edition without the disc, that's about $600 now. The Pro, $900 fucking dollars now in the United States. Now, of course, if you buy that digital edition without the disc, that's about $600 now. The Pro, $900 fucking dollars now in the United States. Now, I want to just show you how bad things can end up actually being. So if you live in Canada land like me, this is what a PlayStation 5 Pro costs. Apparently it's selling fast because it's currently $959 Canadian. Almost $1,000, by the way. Actually a fucking $1,000. You know, because you gotta pay taxes on this bitch. It's not like you can cheat the tax man. Okay, you have to do that. Now, if you do the price hikes and you actually calculate the price for it, I guess we're looking at about 1,200 Canadian dollars. That's the 900 US converted to the Canadian dollars. And again, that's pre-tax, bitch, because you can't cheat the tax man, okay? The tax person is like the mafia. If they want your money, they're gonna get your money, okay? Simple as that. Now, of course, you know, obviously, there's gotta be a reason for this, Muda, and there is, okay? So, with continued pressures in the global economic landscape, shit's fucked these days, okay? It is. They're not joking at Sony. You know, I was out there driving, and you know what's funny? If you look at gas prices, so in Canada, the average gas price is like $1.65 where I live per liter. Now, Americans would probably be like, whoa, that looks cheap. No. A liter, okay? I think there's like, what? 3.75 liters to a gallon. So when you do the actual price conversion, it's like $4.50 American, okay? And mind you, this is $1.65, I believe. Is this with the taxes or not? What doesn't matter? It's expensive, okay? It's pricey. It's a lot of fucking money. So yeah, obviously I can understand what PlayStation's saying. We've made the decision to increase the prices of the PlayStation 5, the Pro, and the PlayStation Portal. The tablet with the controller on the side. Oh man, even that's going up. We know that price changes impact our community. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. After careful examination, we found this was a necessary step to ensure we can continue delivering innovative, high-quality gaming experiences to the players. Now, I think it's hilarious coming from companies this generation where it feels like more layoffs, more shit has been shut down. The whole remake, remaster culture surrounding video games has exacerbated to the point that it really honestly feels like we're not getting as much new gaming experiences compared to what we probably would have gotten with a similar generation in a similar time span. That's not to say gaming sucks. I think really what I'm trying to say here is the reason to purchase a fucking PlayStation or an Xbox or really any console has dramatically dropped to the point that because there's really no reason, right? There's really no reason to lock yourself into a vendor like PlayStation, who, by the way, charges you money to even play some of your multiplayer games online. Like, you buy a game like Battlefield, bitch, you better be buying the subscription service to even play that game online. You want to play some classic video games? You can't just stick one of your old PlayStation 2 discs and download an emulated version off their platform, or even use an on-device emulator. You might have to consider paying them extra money on top of your monthly subscription to even stream classic games, to stream their Game Pass-like equivalent experiences. I mean, we're at a point where these systems, which I believe kind of started off with the business model of we'll take the loss on the hardware, and maybe they are kind of still taking the loss on the hardware if you look at the actual prices, but then we're going to make up the money with gaming experiences, maybe subscription fees, and that's pretty much what it comes down to. So I looked at gaming computers with like my local store, Canada Computers, that I go to for pretty much most of my computer needs. Some people think that I'm like sponsored by them. I'm not. I literally just use this computer store. It's either this, it's either Newegg, it's either Memory Express, or whatever other Canadian vendor you have, okay? The point is, no matter who you go to for computer hardware, okay, you're basically spreading your ass cheeks because you are getting financially fisted. But I looked at the pre-built gaming computers, and you know, for like $1,099, you're getting a Ryzen 7 5700 and RTX 3050, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that's like, wait, what's the difference between the open box and the regular? Why is it the same price? Wasn't the open box supposed to be cheaper because it was open? But again, obviously for a gaming computer that you probably actually want to get, right? You know, you're looking at prices at around like $1,600, $1,700. And you know, to be honest with you, like comparing this to like a PlayStation, I would still actually consider this to be a better deal because you can actually do a lot more with a gaming computer versus like a $1,000 box that literally can only just play video games. That's one of the things that I kind of don't like about modern gaming systems, simply because I feel like the actual value purpose for it isn't necessarily there. You know, I skipped out like a couple weeks ago talking about something called Project Helix, where Microsoft was making their next generation of Xboxes, but they were also making these kind of like hybrid computers and gaming consoles where if you wanted to install Windows on this and use it as an actual gaming computer, you apparently can. And honestly, like, even though that this is also probably going to be expensive, because again, you have to understand the actual cost of the parts that are required to produce these gaming consoles have jumped up. And again, it's no joke. If you look at the actual cost for some of these RAM prices, like a DDR4 stick, 2x16 gigabytes of RAM, you know, if you look at the Canadian prices back in June 2025, you were looking at somewhere around like $100 to like $120. That same stick, that same kit has jumped up to the point where it's now above $400, okay? 4 times basic price increase. So I can understand why PlayStation has decided to jack up prices. In fact, I'm not going to deny it. I would probably have expected, based on this graph, that it might jump even higher. But that's unfortunately the goddamn reality, okay? Xbox is not immune to it either. That Xbox Helix, whenever it's going to come out, is also going to be pricey. The other device that I'm kind of interested in was the Steam machine, just to buy and maybe stick it underneath like a television to have like an actual like gaming PC console underneath it. Even then, I expect the Steam machine to probably cost the same as the PlayStation 5 Pro, if not, maybe even a little bit more. Because that's just where things are kind of at. You know, I was looking at even game prices too, right? Like, even games like Pokemon Pokopia, which I'm not particularly interested in, but I saw everyone giving it like rave reviews. In Canada, that $70 like American just goes to like 99 Canadian, pre-tax by the way, because the tax man's still gonna want their fucking cut, okay? They're like the mafia. It's like Tony Soprano. If he comes in knocking for that money, you better give him that money. You know what I mean? But that's already up there for $100. Like, I don't know if you've been following this too, but even Netflix, yeah, Netflix, who, by the way, has had probably the worst content drop that I've ever seen in regards to any streaming platform, has decided to jump their prices up just a little bit more, maybe by like $1 or $2 across every plan, but it's still like $1, you know? It's like it's like boiling the frog. You raise it a little bit, just a little. Maybe people don't notice. Maybe people are too lazy to fucking get out of there and quit their streaming service. But yeah, everything across the board, not just gaming, has kind of risen up to a point where I just don't see how sustainable any of this market is. You know, going back to things like PlayStation, when I look at things like PlayStation 5 only video games, there are only 23 titles that apparently have just been recorded. And again, this is just Wikipedia, but you can see right over here that games like Astrobot, you know, it's probably the only game worth getting over there. Playroom, I'm not going to count. That comes with the actual system, and it's mostly just a tech demo game anyways. You've got games like Demon Souls 2020, which again is a pure remake. You could probably just play the original PlayStation 3 version in a fucking emulator and get the same effect, the same thrill out of it. Games like Destruction All-Stars, which I believe is just a live service game. I don't even know if that's even alive. Ghosts of Yotei, God of War Sons of Sparta, God of War Trilogy, not out by the way, Intergalactic, not out by the way, Marvel's Wolverine, not out yet by the way, and of course the further you go down over here you can see that games like Saros, which is just Returnal extended again, and then of course The Wind's Rising. So you have to look at this and think, is this a good library of games to go down into and purchase an entire system? Or maybe is it time that, you know, PC gaming, which used to be generally more expensive, and I'm not going to deny it still is more expensive, but I feel like with these new prices for the PlayStation, at what point is looking at a PlayStation for $650 when you have to factor in that every single game that comes out of here is going to also cost you like a full $60, $70 as well too. And now they've started allegedly doing like regional pricing. So they're trying to optimize how much money that they can gouge out of you. Then you have to pay for subscription services to play online, or maybe even do some fucking backwards compatibility, which by the way, can I just say how much of a scam it is with modern commercial backwards compatibility when you've got projects like Shad PS4, literally, I'm showing you right here on my actual screen. You can install games like Bloodborne right here, hit play, and you can play these games basically up to 60 frames per second on a modern computer. Actually, you know what's even funnier? You can even emulate this thing on the Steam Deck, for crying out loud. Some of these emulators have gotten that performant. Now, of course, you could play Bloodborne on a PlayStation 5, but I mean, if you want to rock it up to 60 frames, you know, you can't even just go into your console settings and modify stuff or even find a way to hack that in. A lot of these consoles come basically as gimped computers anyways, so if you're going to spend that kind of money anyways, if you're going to put shit on Klarna, you might as well put something that has more capability on Klarna and call it a day, which is one of the reasons why, like, I think at this point, you know, if anybody's going to recommend things like gaming, you might as well just recommend them a PC, because at least with PC, you get everything across the board coming to it. Literally the only product on PlayStation that I think actually matters to me right now, this year, is Grand Theft Auto 6. If GTA 6 was dropping on Steam day one, I probably would just buy that game on PC day one anyways. Because even when it comes to PlayStation, a disturbing trend that I've started to see even on PlayStation, and it was kind of on there, was something that I saw with Crimson Desert recently, which is the reason why I bought the game on PC. Normally I buy a lot of my games on physical disc because I like to own the 1.0 versions, but even looking at PlayStation, they basically had a pretty big budget release come out.
Twitch streamer Musa USA, who runs a hot dog stand in Baltimore, was robbed live on stream. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this. Let's get it. This just happened.
Yes, sir.
Life is simple, it's just not easy. Let me guess, you're about to rob the store?
Cheese stick.
You want steak and cheese? Yes, sir. Okay, I have to clean the grill. I just finished the steak and cheese.
Take your time. No rush.
Okay.
No rush.
Sir, steak and cheese, you want everything?
Yep.
Mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, everything?
No, I want everything. I want everything.
You want to pay tomorrow?
Yeah.
You can pay, is it like chili cheese hot dog is like, yeah, I am live streaming.
Oh, all right. No, I was looking. I was like, my face right there. The fuck?
Yeah,
What's up?
yeah, I am on live. And then also I share on Instagram, is okay?
That's what's up. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You will see me on
That's
Instagram. You will
turkey,
see you on
ain't it?
Instagram
That's turkey, isn't it?
tomorrow.
Oh yeah, he's turkey for sure.
Can post it.
Well, TikTok.
Yes,
You doing
TikTok, it's Instagram too. Listen, boss.
Okay.
Steak and cheese.
Yeah, steak and cheese.
Okay.
Everything on it. Heavy meal.
Heavy mayo?
Heavy meal.
Oh! Bro, come and arrest this guy right now. Oh, that's nasty, man. Heavy mayo. Oh my god, what's wrong with him?
I think. Oh my gosh. It was slow today. I say let me go home. You guys keep coming. It was slow.
Be hungry, man. People be trying to eat.
This guy seems pretty
And
normal.
you got the best cheesesteaks on this side of town, so we coming.
He seems pretty normal.
You know, it is a weekend.
It's not this
Friday.
guy that did it, right?
So I need to
It's
go
gotta
to
be
Civis
somebody
Club,
else.
you know?
You open tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
Tomorrow 11 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you getting up,
Yeah.
getting up early. That's what's
Yes, sir.
Turkish American citizen working a hot dog stand, living the American dream. That's right. See, there are plenty of immigrants that come to America and they are important, like valuable parts of the society. And there's other ones that start up fake daycares and they take care of their own kids and they get paid $1 million and they scam the government. So like there's a real spectrum there. Huge spectrum.
You like the onion, yes? Onion?
Yeah.
Onion.
All right.
Onion.
The live stream for the mass protest. I don't know. I'll look at that in a bit. I will.
Yeah.
How much is it so I know what to put in?
Sorry?
How much?
Steak and cheese is $10.
10.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a second. Let me run my car. I'm about to say I want extra everything.
Okay, sir. Okay. He stole the money.
Wait, what?
10 p.m.
Okay.
Wait, he
Yes,
stole
You
it?
getting up, you getting up early. That's what's
Yes, sir. You like the onion, yes? Onion?
Yeah. Damn right.
Oh my god. What a little fucking rat. And the worst thing about it is he came up acting all friendly and shit. That was crazy. He wanted a profit? Yeah. He wanted to get paid to eat a hot dog. This is insane. He said it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
How much is it so I know what to put in?
Sorry?
How much?
Steak and cheese is $10.
10.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a second. Let me run my car. I'm about to say I want extra everything.
So he literally just grabbed this shit out there.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Oh my god.
He stole the money.
They say, who saw that? The chat's like,
var yellow. Sanki parayı çaldı mı ben de anlamadım ya. Did he steal or not, guys?
He just stole?
I couldn't see. Anybody, guys?
See, this is why they gotta put plexiglass locks on everything in CVS, bro. They gotta lock everything up in the convenience store so he can't put something in his pocket. Like, really, like, think about this. Like, we have to rethink the entire thing of a tip jar because somebody's stealing out of the tip jar. Like, we don't have to live like this, brothers. We don't have to live like this. There's no reason for us to have to live like this. This is crazy. I don't understand it. Really, like, why does anybody put up with this level of just absolute profound dysfunction? It is amazing. Okay, let's watch the rest of it. Right?
I think he stole the money. He stole like $20.
$20.
Are you fucking serious?
Uh-huh.
Guys, he's not coming back. Did he really did that? Allah'tan bir de onu videoya aldım ha. Polise de gösterelim mi?
Uh-huh.
Can I call the cops and just report? Is it okay or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
He
After
should.
the customer, I can call the cops, guys.
Baltimore County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
1026 Inglesides Avenue.
Sir, do you need 911?
Yes, ma'am. I need 911.
Good.
He stole the money. Someone stole my money.
Yeah.
I have the
From
videos.
where?
In my food truck.
Mm-hmm.
And then he stole my tip box's money.
I need to get that person's description. What race?
He's a dark skin and handsome boy.
He black.
Black, white, Hispanic, Asian.
Ma'am, he has a dark skin.
He black. He stole it. That's what happened.
So is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
He's a dark skin.
Are you African American? Is that what you're explaining?
African, I think. I don't know.
Just say it. Just
What was
say
he wearing?
black.
I don't know.
Just say it. Just
What was
say
he wearing?
black.
Let me see. He is wearing. Okay. He's wearing like he got the tattoos on his
Just say the
face.
word.
He got
No,
so many
no,
tattoos.
no.
What was he wearing?
He's wearing what? I don't know. How can I explain it? Yani he's wearing like this.
It's a.
Like what, sir? You're looking at him. I'm not there.
Ah,
You have to tell me what he has
you
on.
cannot see me. I am sorry. This is if you call me FaceTime, is it possible to show me FaceTime? This.
No, sir. I can't FaceTime you.
Okay, he's wearing. What is the name, guys, of this? Yeah.
Letterman jacket.
Blue jackets. Blue.
Like a varsity jacket.
A jacket. Yani jacket.
Yeah.
Blue jacket. Blue jacket. Blue white. You know, like a kid's jacket.
I don't know what that means, sir. So is it a blue jacket?
Yes. Yani jacket.
Yeah.
Blue jacket. Blue jacket. Blue white. You know, like a kid's jacket.
I don't know what that means, sir. So is it a blue jacket?
Yes,
with
ma'am.
white?
Yes, blue jacket. Blue jacket.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Sir, if you have any further information, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sal. Good.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye. Oh, police is calm. It's perfect. Customer is calm. I supposed to close, but
you might as well, again, I'm not even joking, strictly switch over to the PC at this point. I think this is probably one of the most harrowing things I've seen. Usually by now, gaming consoles are supposed to get cheaper, right? It's funny, like at this point, 6 years into the lifespan, you know, if you were looking back in the days of the PlayStation 2, it'd be like, hey, the PS2 Slim dropped with a price drop, and it actually, you know, is great. You know, by this point, the PlayStation 3 Slim would be out. The PlayStation 3 Super Slim would be out. By this point, the PlayStation 4 Slim comes out. And again, the PlayStation 5, I think Slim does exist, but the prices have just generally raised. And there's really not much of a reason, I think, to go out and actually get these devices. You know, I understand why PlayStation raised it. I get it. They're a fucking business, and everything is expensive across the board. You know, and I can understand why Microsoft decides to raise Xbox prices. But when we're getting to a point where console prices have reached $1,000, it's getting really tough to recommend this to anybody out there, you know? And I think the amount of people that are just jumping at the bit to buy these things before the price hike on April 2nd, maybe it's coordinated by Sony. Maybe they want to just sell some product, but honestly, that's a conspiracy theory too far to even entertain. Look, at the end of the day, shit's getting fucking expensive, way too expensive. And it's just a shame to see, like, gaming is obviously one of the victims to it because, you know, we're in this technological index where AI bubbles and, you know, constant, like, AI tech bros. You know, it used to be the crypto bros made graphic cards really expensive, but now the AI companies have made every single product expensive. I was reading the other day that even processor shortages are about to be a thing. So you've got RAM shortages, SSD prices through the fucking roof, GPUs are effectively non-existent, you know, in terms of actual innovation anymore. And now we're getting to the point where even the processors that we're using, even they're all being targeted. So I understand why PlayStation did it. Unfortunately, the price hike makes it so that recommending to buy it is just no, like not happening at all. PlayStation, everything is getting fucking expensive. It's just it's the unfortunate reality we're in. But anyways, I think $900 MSRP for a PlayStation 5 Pro USD, by the way, is laughably the stupidest thing that I've fucking seen. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of wanted to talk about it.
ability, or even a champion like Pyke, where 3 out of 4 of his abilities are mobility options. I would say the most recent champion with the lowest mobility is Renata, and if you've ever played her, you can feel this, as only her W gives movement speed and it's on a massive cooldown. But it's not just contributing to mobility creep, because whenever a champion gets reworked or updated, Riot often sneaks in some more mobility into their kits. There are so many examples of this. Skarner update giving him the E through walls, Rel update giving her the speed up on E, Rammus ult update, Nunu's snowball update, Talon jumping over walls, and so many more. But the examples that really show the mobility creep are Ahri and Amumu. These two champions had existing mobility spells, but they were just given even more mobility to simply keep up with the mobility creep in the game. Amumu was given 2 charges on his Q, basically doubling his mobility, and Ahri's ult used to just have 3 charges, 3 dashes in 1 ability. That's pretty good. But because of the mobility creep, Ahri was given resets on her ult charges every time she killed an enemy. This almost tripled the amount of potential dashes her ult can give her. It's very evident that on average League of Legends champions